You see that fucking clutch shit? Holy shit, that was insane. But remember, as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Anyways, today we are going to be doing setting atmosphere, because I'm apparently fucking terrible at it. Setting the tone for a character with like internal emotional escalation, essentially, to the point where within like 3 paragraphs I can go from a blank slate to a fully tension built scene. Damn, I'm so bad. And anything on this side is already basically vetted, and this is like people can come out of the tree and they don't have to engage on the other side of like adventure, like a line basically between the Adventurers Guild and the tree. So it's kind of like a border passing between the tree and Ifrit. And the spectacle of coming into Ifrit as like from the Viceroy, because the idea I'm thinking of, because it's first person, it's Husai's reaction to what he's seeing, right? So if he's watching the Viceroy, for instance, then Viceroy is the main character we're focusing on. So then maybe I could do things like, as long as you know that Husai's attention is on this one character, it's one of those things where it's like it's an appreciation. Like, I love the brown accent, just like I love the Asian accent, but I can't do an Asian accent. But I can do the brown accent. At least people have told me that I think I can do the brown accent, and if you think you can, and you do, and it is don't holy brother. No. Remember, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. And Apmeken. And then
yeah,
boss.
we can do that order.
Okay. Because that's just like what I have marked on the ground for like 1, 2, 3, 4. Because that's what I used to do the order in. Ah, shit. I'm an idiot.
What did you forget?
The armadillo.
Okay.
It doesn't really matter. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do that one.
Oh, why am I... Okay, we got it. Come here. Run to where I am. Oh.
Ooh. I'm dead.
Okay, I can still clutch this easy.
So bad.
People that are really advanced at the game expect feeling special, and it's a really autopilot type of action.
Yeah. Woo! Thanks. Carry is real.
Just not going well.
Just leave.
Is there a quick exit? How do you just leave?
I swear you just log out, and then you don't have to worry about losing your shit and having to pay the thing. I know how the tick system works, and I know how, like, phasing through stuff works, so...
Hey!
Woo! Clutch moment, boys! I'm clipping that.
Oh, I just need one more good hit. Oh, I definitely put 2 across there.
Oh, shit.
Okay, we gotta zoom in close so that we don't get spoiled.
And as always, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Ah! Guards! Guards! Plus, how do I know you're not stream sniping me? He's gonna, at some point in time, be forced to attack me because I have an expansion. Oh shit! He built... Oh, he won. GG. Ah shit, and I already lose. The attack. Damn. I wasn't ready. I sent my link out too late. When we asked you where you had gone, you'd always say you didn't remember and hide that little bag somewhere we could never find. I get up and go to my luggage. There it is, a red gift bag, innocently sitting beside my largest suitcase. I pick it up. Inside, a single devil's food cake sits with a note attached to it. I rip the note off and open it, my heart pounding and stomach rolling. Thanks for playing, Isaac. You've always made the best puppet. 16 bodies this time. Congrats on the new record. The gun, the knife, the blood. Always the blood. I caused that blood, didn't I? I'm the monster, aren't I? What is it, Isaac? Grandma touches my shoulder and I jump. Are you alright? What's that say? Nothing, Grandma. I move away from here. It's nothing. I stuff the note in my pocket, in the bag of my suitcase. It's nothing at all. We stay humble to our clan. Every 5 years we purge one of our own. God has righteously allowed us to live, and he has deemed it necessary that not too many of us should be in one place for once. For the land cannot sustain more than 50 dedicated followers of the way. The eldest of us is responsible for leaving our village, never to return. Yes, Levi, but it turns out there's actually an update for AMD. So that is actually probably the reason why it was crashing. And I was like, no, there's no way there's an update. So I opened up AMD, and sure as shit, there's a fucking update. Remember, as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. It's just like, well, should I just bail and run the fuck away? Do something like completely random, like a Zerg? Well, yeah. Let's see what I get. 73%, not bad. What about
what happened in my chat? Hey, it does do that. 21%.
Damn.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Good thing we're not
I'm sorry,
today.
Levi.
My king. So you're gonna have to win by the other means. Good game.
Yay! Oh, okay.
That was an even faster win than my one.
You were distracted the whole entire time. That's why I was like, okay, let's take advantage of this.
That were your culprit location.
Nerderine rated my stream with 12 viewers.
Oh my god,
Welcome,
Nerderine!
to the stream.
Welcome, welcome!
Here we got someone in. Hey, Nerderine.
Well, I will be there.
Actually, they could take that. That's not a long castle, mate. There. That's a long castle, mate.
The command center. Cancels the fucking command center.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
And starts 2 barracks. And then he's gonna be waiting for them to mine those minerals to be like, alright, when's his command center up? And then he's gonna see the fire bat.
He sees a fucking fire bat leave out. Okay. You have to start a mass sunkens now.
Like
way too
colonies.
late. That's way too late. You have to start it as they're leaving the natural. This is hero dying.
And then Hero doesn't make it into ASL because of that.
You're quite good at this, honestly.
Oh, I'm so bad. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, no, I fucked up. But remember, as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. So technically this world is post-apocalyptic, and you do learn about that throughout the story. About the moon falling out of the sky, what the Monarch did, the war against the Beastmen, how it all started and everything like that. It's a high quality heart. If you played like a video game and you know how it has like high quality gear, like HQ gear, less than 4 is like a high quality heart. It's heart plus 1. You know, it's upgraded. I mean, that's a very good thing to start with, because having just a base foundation of that is very powerful. Whoops. Keep pressing the wrong one. Welcome, welcome, guys. How's it going? So, we got a little bit of notes started off, but not too much worked into, because we've talked about this a lot, about how the tree citizens kind of distrust the government, and there's this conspiracy theory, bunch of them, but the main one is that the government is trying to raise the Beastmen to the status of avian and insectoid, to the point of basically mixing them together and allowing them to become adventurers and having the Beastmen enter the tree. And this basically degrades the avians and insectoids, because they no longer have someone to look down on, And now the octopi can not only look down on them, but categorize their thinking, oh, now they're being categorized like the beastmen. Not, oh, the beastmen are being categorized like them. So it's a very perception-based inequality. That's not actually real, but that's just how people feel. And the other one is that the people, like the fanatics, are worried that the beastmen are using this as like an espionage infiltration in order to get inside of the tree and restart the beastmen war. Which, I mean, to be fair, that's not a bad idea, but yeah, the monarch doesn't care because you're not gonna be able to fucking kill him. He's just gonna laugh at you, fucking evaporate you. Insectoids. Did I mention conspiracy? Yeah, conspiracy and distrust, and then you look down on the octopi. Thus, the government now trying to make people accept that the beastmen are on the same level as avians and insectoids, creating even more clash with citizens. This is all the Viceroy's doing outside of the monarch's hands. The monarch is pleased to be able to let someone wreak some havoc in the tree, since he cannot. Times are stale. It's an O, of course. It had to be the one vowel I didn't pick. Beatman. Beast. Men. Anything else? Right. Espionage. I do not know how to spell that. Hopefully it gets it. Espionage is suspected among beastmen. So trying to get into the tree. It's an act of war to some. In fact, they may be able to be adventurers is one thing, but being allowed to roam free in the tree is another. Perfect. So this is like our basic idea and understanding of why people don't want adventurers in the tree and why there's going to be a revolution. And then the attack on Garuda and the defeat by Beastmen, or defeat of the Adventurers Guild hands the Beastmen. Attacking Garuda and the defeat of the Adventurers Guild at the hands of the Beastmen causes tree citizens to go crazy and demand removing the Adventurers Guild entirely and shutting the tree off completely, not allowing anyone in or out. Prevent the war from spreading into the tree. The citizens don't trust the monarchy to be able to defend them. So they had turned to the Adventurers Guild Instead, a more direct line of protection. Press Beastmen back before they can get to the tree. The new monarch, in order to keep the people appeased, dismisses the Adventurers Guild, or exiles the Adventurers Guild from the tree. This is after a lot of shit has gone down, too. So, I'm trying to think if there's any other justifications or reasons. We've got racism, class warfare, like intellectual warfare, like between the different levels of IQ of the species. And we've got the fanatic crazy people, basically, that no one listened to. The things that they're saying are now happening, and people are like, wait, what the fuck is going on? Maybe they were right. Now, the things are happening not for those reasons, but it's the perception of the people that matters, not the reality of why it's happening. And the reality of why it's happening is simply because at this point, Beastmen are just so integrated into the guild, it doesn't even make sense to not allow them to be adventurers and not allow them to come into the tree. The only reason is prejudice, and the Viceroy thinks that's fucking stupid. But he also didn't take into account the idea that the people would absolutely want nothing to fucking do with this. And that's why he tricked them into basically getting Alamia to be their head of council for the bridge between the Adventurers Guild and the government that's not a part of the guild. It's an independent, voted in. Whereas Husai, as the leader of the guild, is simply, like a bureaucratic bridge between the guild and the tree. Whereas, this Lamia character is a, political thing, and it's like keeping the interests of, it's like they're there to represent the interests of the Adventurers Guild, whereas Husai is there just to report about the Adventurers Guild. So he doesn't really have the power, other than voting, to change how people perceive and interact with the Adventurers Guild. And the fact that this new Viceroy is doing all this stuff gives the old Viceroy stepping down and Husai the opportunity to step back and basically say, we are, during this process of transition, we are actually going to go out into the world, and we haven't done this in like 50 years, and we're going to actually take stock of what adventuring is actually like in this age now, and compare it to what it was before, because we're using like the logistical means and ideas of 50 years ago. Over 50 years, like, technology in the aspect of, maybe the idea of the way that they print things on paper, you know? Maybe paper itself is now a thing, you know? Maybe it's like the crystalline that they've been working on has gotten to the point of being so thin it can be like paper, and you can inscribe in it with like your nail or something like that. You don't even need a like a device to do it. You can just kind of do it on your own, like inscribing into a clay tablet, but it's like really thin crystalline, and it's like infused with magic as well, so it's like intent, so you can't scratch it if you don't intend to write whatever you're writing, right? And one of the things for like written language is kind of the same for spoken language. Like, people can see different symbols and read it the same way through interpretation. So because of consciousness, there is a single language in writing. because of how Gaia is instructing people's minds to interpret stuff. So it's like they're all basically using English just to make everything easier. It is a cop-out, but so is the consciousness thing. But consciousness is fundamental, so it makes sense within the world itself and how consciousness is used. And then the war itself. So, like, there's one thing about, like, the fanatics saying that, the Beastmen, they're gonna now be able to infiltrate the tree, and when that doesn't work, when that all fails, they're gonna start the Beastmen War again, because they've been planning this for 300 years. And people are like, that's bullshit. And then the fall of Garuda happens, and everyone's like, oh, wait, what? Yo, dude, these guys were right the whole fucking time. And just because they have this view and perception on it, the people buy that perception instead of the actual perception that's not propagandized. And I think that gives, like, sufficient plausible cause for them to be like, yeah, no, fuck this shit. Get everyone out of the tree. Fuck adventurers. Fuck... Oh, Rocho, welcome, Levi. How's it going? Fuck the Beastmen, fuck adventurers, get them all out, rely on the adventurers to defend us my fucking ass, they're fighting with the Beastmen. Like, some people think that the defeat of Garuda is actually a ruse by the Adventurers Guild, to be like, oh shit, we lost against the Beastmen, because everyone's like, how the fuck did they lose against these Beastmen? Like, what? They must have really been fucking slacking if they lost against the Beastmen, not knowing that, technological octopi plus Fafnir were the reason that they actually lost the battle, not the Beastmen themselves. The Beastmen didn't even need to be there for the battle to be fucking lost. The Beastmen were just there as, like, fodder, essentially. The same way that the Monarch and the Viceroy treated the insectoids and the avians off the bat. Like, avians are scouts and insectoids are tanks. This is our vanguard in order to eliminate the enemy. And then it just eventually became, oh, we don't need to do this. It's not really working, so let's do the nuclear option and bring the moon out of the sky. And just say, fuck it. But yeah, I think that's a reasonable... that people at that point would be like, okay, something's fucked up. Whether it's the same reason or not, it is just the idea that something fucked up is happening, and people have been predicting it, and so maybe we should listen to those people that were right the whole time. And that turns into get the fuck out of the tree. So I think that's like 5 solid reasons why Usagi... Oh, is that rabbit? That kanji? I know Usagi is rabbit. I'm not good at kanji because I lost... If I had my writing book, that kanji would be in it. Is the fun being had tonight? Yes, Sean. The fun is being had tonight. We're doing... Okay. We kind of have to do a short stream. Like, I work early, so, like, 3 hours... I gotta cut it off at 3 hours. I was supposed to do that yesterday. Didn't fucking do that yesterday. I had like 3 hours of sleep. So we need to do that today, unfortunately. But that's okay. Because it's probably just going to be an entire React day. I don't know how it's going to go. But we got 3 13-minute videos to watch. And first one we'll do with justifying a revolution. And this is my take on why the people are justified, or believe that they're justified, in asserting this revolution and kicking the adventurers out of the tree. And saying, we want nothing to do with you anymore, get your asses out. As well as killing Zayd, of course, because that's the important, like, fanatical moment of, like, epicness that basically changes everything. Which is when we're going to have to do bread, but no circuses. Levi, that's technically the circuses are the plays. Like, the entertainment system. that the tree incorporates. And I was thinking about traditions today. About, like, I was literally thinking about Easter, which is why I have these, because we were doing an Easter thing at work. But the idea was, like, how does, in my mind, this is what I'm thinking, right? This is my thought process. How do we go from the crucifixion to Easter Bunny? And the answer is the word telephone / like, ideology, right? And it's like, oh, we don't want it to be a religious thing. Let's make it more of a corporate thing. And then, or I guess let's make it more of like a like children's thing. And then it's like, oh no, we can make this a corporate thing. And then it's like, you gotta buy your Easter bunny and your Easter eggs because they need their money. The goddess Ishtar, pronounced the same as Easter, her symbols as a goddess of fertility were bunnies and eggs because spring. Ah, see? Never thought that deeply about it. But anyways, that's really cool to know that. But yeah, so it's like, how do traditions work, and like what kinds of things like spark traditions? And I was like, well, what's the most prominent thing that I want in the book? And that's plays. I want plays to be so prominent in the book almost feels like a play. Because it's the entire structure of how the society works. Without entertainment, people would basically go crazy. So they have gone to the like most extreme lengths for how they do plays. And one of their traditions, rabbits are busy in spring, and would be a common sight at the beginning of spring. That's why they became an Easter tradition. It could have just as easily been in other animals, as it almost was. True, and then the corporatization of that is, hey, let's make chocolate and then sell that to people, specifically kids, because then their parents will buy them chocolate, and then the corporatization of that. So I understand how that completely goes through its thing. So plays are this massive part of like the economy, entertainment and keeping people sane, passing on of knowledge and history, religion and science, and just like basically everything we use movies for today is what I want symbols of plays to be, right? Because you can go from the most entertaining of like Marvel movie to the most entertaining of documentary like Oppenheimer or like Bohemian Rhapsody, or you go like straight documentary like any documentary. So it's like that scale of difference across plays is kind of what I want to show. So the celebration of Easter is a pagan holiday, the same as Christmas, with a Catholic cover-up to make it Christian holiday, even though it isn't. Winter solstice was the reason the celebration, including the decorations, but the Catholic Church didn't want us celebrating pagan holidays, so plastered the Christ Mass over the top of the winter solstice. True. True. But yeah, so the tradition is inclusion. It's like karaoke, but random. So what the audience can do is they can point at an actor, and the actor in the play can point back at the person. And if this occurs, then the person in the audience replaces the person who's acting for like a short amount of the play. And that's determined upon the audience, because the audience can either boo them out and bring in the other actor, or they can cheer them on and keep them going. And this is kind of like how acting school is in a passive way, that it kind of just influences people in the community to be a part of these plays, and that's how they discover good talent. And it's just become this thing naturally that everyone just does and absolutely loves. And it's like, even if you're really bad, people will cheer you on if they like you, right? Improv acting festival. But it's like plays that everyone, and like the general rule is like, if you're going to try to replace someone, you either, like you said, have an improvised line or some sort of special spin you put on the role, or you play the role like exactly as it's meant to be. But you don't just like go in there and be like, oh shit, I didn't actually have it think the guy would pick me. And that'll happen sometimes, and the crowd is like, boo, get him out of there! And it's like, you know, and it's kind of like this social structure thing where it's like, you know, people will like gas people up to go out, and then everyone will fucking laugh at them, and it'll just be this giant joke and stuff like that. And I want to put a lot of like humor and humanity into it, of being like, this is a huge cultural thing that everyone loves to take part in, because it just feels like you're more immersed in the play. And it's like, you know, get to the point where there's like stories that have become plays of people in the crowd that have like replaced the entire acting play, and then just like at a certain mark just started at like at that percentage, like let's say it's 60% through the play, and they just start a completely different play, but with like all the props and all the costumes of the original play. And it's become like this cultural phenomena where people can do these like spontaneous things where it completely changes the entire interaction of the play. And it's like, I don't know, I just thought about all this while I was at work today, and I was like, that, I don't know, I just think that's such a cool thing for like a tradition based around a culture that is so heavily invested in plays being part of their culture. But anyways, huge side tangent and everything. We need to have a toke, though. But everything with the plays, I've always wanted them to be interactive. I've always wanted them to be, like, for instance, like, you'll see, like, for instance, there'll be, like, 2 or 3 plays out of, like, 15 or 20. And they'll have 1 or 2 of them, maybe 3 of them, that if you took out those sections from the book, you could reconstruct the entire play from start to finish. But it's like you only see it in small increments at random points during the play, so it's not in chronological order. It just happens to be like playing in the background randomly, and this just happens so much that a couple of the plays literally play out in their entirety throughout the book. So it's like if you're like really invested in it and you really like the backstory and the lore, you could like, it's another part of the New Game Plus where you could go back and be like, oh, this is this play, yes, okay, I know exactly what this is, and then construct it together and then make the play out of it. Because I want, as much as I want those plays to be interactive, I want the book to be interactive. With how the different perspectives you can see by looking and dedicating yourself to different characters. And, like, you see everything through Husai's eyes, but you learn about other characters. So if you have the ability to place yourself inside of the other characters while you're seeing them from Husai's view, you can get entire different characters from that, because of the things that Husai picks up on and the things that other characters pick up on. That almost seems like you're talking to 2 different people, but it's like the idea of, are you the same person when you're at church versus when you're at your family dinner table? And some people, that answer might be yes. But to other people like me, usually you're not, like, in a good way, you're not making, like, really bad jokes and usually bantering and roasting someone at the table for something, right? That's not exactly etiquette you would do at church, but if like you have a really good family relationship and stuff like that, and you like to banter back and forth, which my family does, then it's like our dinner tables are fucking insane. So it's like having that kind of understanding of maybe only picking up on the parts that Husai sees, and you're thinking this person's like they're at church, and then you see it from another character's perspective, and that character picks up on other things that's like, no, this guy's actually like in his backyard yelling at his fence because he hates the world, or something like that, you know? But it's like just the things that characters pick up on, because certain people will look at someone and say, I know that person's having a hard day, and other people will say, man, that guy looks like he's happy. And it's like, it's a very subtle thing that people pick up on with body language and stuff like that, right? Like if you're just paying attention to someone's face and they're just walking around like But then you look at their body and they're just like slogging, but they're trying to put on a facade, and it's like I consider myself pretty good at reading people, so using that as a factor to be like, how can I portray this character in a certain light, and then just from like an offhanded comment in like the main character seeing from a third perspective about that character can give you an entirely different perspective. Be like, oh shit, because you got to remember, Husai is the leader of the Adventurers Guild. You're not going up to the CEO of the company that you work for and saying, you know what, I had a fucking shitty day today. Because that's not the attitude you're going to have towards someone in authority like that, right? That's not like the proper etiquette. So, but when you're talking to your buddy adventurer about how you were the one who is called the noob because you're always given the gathering quest instead of the fighting quest, that gives a completely different perspective on the person, rather than the person going up to Husai and being like, no man, I love gathering quests, give me that shit, let's go. Because he's just doing what he's supposed to do for his job, because that's what being an adventurer is. But anyways, you know me, tangents. So, further ado, let's get into it.
More than flesh. Beneath this mask there is an idea, Mr. Creedy. And ideas are bulletproof.
Hey Subfuries, V for Vendetta, directed by James McTeague, is one of those rare films that relies on historical allusions, symbols, and philosophy in each and every one of its moments. The film culminates with a revolution against the tyrannical Norse fire regime, people marching in the streets, and the Houses of Parliament being razed to the ground. But Alan Moore's story offers a more complex question about politics, the people, and power. When is revolution truly justified? What justifies the power of the government, and when can you, the individual?
And we're also talking, like, in this case, like, Zaid's the only tragedy. Zaid's the only person who dies. And that's the only reason he dies is because he refuses to kill anyone. But he just can't keep up with the flood of people coming to the doors of the Adventurers Guild to burn it down. And at the end of the day, he survives long enough that people can't get inside of the guild. And he basically saves the guild from being burned down. But he gets completely obliterated in the process. And the fact that it's pretty much impossible to die. The idea is that, like, with their hands alone, the mob, like, disembowels and, what's it called? Blood Eagle. The Bloody Eagle, that's what it is. Where it's like, they basically force your ribs and break your ribs backwards to make it look like you have, like, wing bones, right? So it's like pressed through your innards and shit like that. So he's literally, like, strung up on the doors, like, with his innards hanging out, like, his limbs basically cut off, and then they cut his head off. And that's the only way to basically kill someone. And it's just this trail of blood going all the way from, like, the beginning of the branch of the tree all the way to the edge of the Adventurers Guild, which is basically like 1.5 kilometers blood stain on the ground where they dragged him. And he was just continuously fighting against them, pushing them back. And then by the time they had gotten to the guild, the Monarch showed up and stopped everyone. But by that point, it was too late. But Zaid had accomplished what he meant to do, which was save the Adventurers Guild. And it's like, it's as brutal and fucked up as it can be, but it's only because, like, Zaid refused to let people ruin, which he found out was, like, the only way to identify the Warriors of Light. And he kept telling Husai, and Husai would not listen. And That caused a lot of shit, and that's why Husai kind of falls. So we were supposed to do a redemption arc about that today, but I thought this would be more interesting than... And I still need to think more about how I want to do that. So I thought justifying a revolution would be more interesting. Because it leads directly into Husai's, like, Fallen Grace arc. So the fact that, like, the people aren't technically fighting against... Like, the people get what they want. Because the Monarch's like, okay, yeah, you guys are fucking crazy. I don't care. We'll kick the adventurers out. Everyone get the fuck out the tree. And Zayd's like, I ain't doing it because I know what you're going to do to the Adventurers Guild. And they're like, if you're not leaving, we're fucking killing you. And then all that shit ensues. So it's like, Zayd's refusal to leave, even by the Monarch standards, is like, I mean, you guys didn't have to go that far, but you kind of were justified because he wouldn't leave the tree. But you're not justified in destroying the guild. That's kind of important information. At least he's pretending to say that. He kind of wished everyone, and he kind of, in secret, is like incentivizing people. Because, okay, here's a really big spoiler, but it should be fucking obvious by this point from me saying, like, how fanatical these people are. They have to have a fucking leader, right? The guy who was the first guy to start handing out pamphlets and then recruited everyone to the cause, that's actually the Monarch. And he's been doing this in secret because he has the ability to shift his body and change what he looks like. So he becomes different people and basically rallies the people on and creates these causes of disruption inside of the tree. So he's sitting in the background laughing his fucking ass off, causing all of this discord. I had a weird thought quite a while ago. Would like your thoughts on it. Mules are the infertile offspring of a horse and a donkey. If a horsekin and a donkeykin in a fantasy world were to have a child, would the same occur, or would their underlying humanity make it a non-issue? I think you could easily, like, explain that out with, like, a human gene. Like, the reproductive gene that would cause them to be sterile is actually obsolete because of the dominant human genes prioritizing their bodily structure to allow them to, I'm guessing, be bipedal or centaurish. And I think people could easily infer that as well. And it's like, I'd say that's almost kind of like the opposite where it is in my book, where it's like the sons and daughters of the monarch and the viceroy can only marry their matching side. So only the daughters of the viceroy can marry the sons of the monarch, and only the sons of the monarch can marry the daughters of the viceroy. And if they don't line up, those extra siblings just don't get to mate. They don't get to have kids. And if they do, they're executed because they have to keep the royal line pure, which is actually the monarch and the viceroy don't want anyone to know that they're genetically enhanced, and their first of kin are just as genetically enhanced, and they don't want that to spread into the population, so they keep them sectioned off. And that's the reason why the lost bloodline is so important. Same with the Warriors of Light, because the Warriors of Light are direct descendants of the previous monarch and viceroy. That's the reason why they're so powerful, is because they're fully genetically enhanced, just like Husai is. So it gives this underlying idea in the book that, you know, the other than the monarch and the viceroy's offspring, their offspring can't have offspring. So it kind of makes people give the idea that they're infertile. And there's no reason to even mate, and that eliminates, like, the need of it arising and people, like, fighting against it. And then there's the fact that you can just become an adventurer and leave the guild. And then you can do whatever the fuck you want. They watch you, but most people that are in the underground and part of the Lost Bloodline are, like, interacting with the dark side of the guild, which is adventurers that have lost their licenses, and they're basically outcasts and criminals. And they have this mutual relationship where the criminals know that the bloodline isn't going to sell them out, because then the criminals would sell out the bloodline, and who cares about the criminals? The monarch only cares about killing off that bloodline. So it's like this mutually assured destruction holding this group together, and the Lost Bloodline are like the curators of the warehouses that store all of, like, the black market, basically. So the domed city underneath the tree is like the black market trading hub for the dark side of the Adventurers Guild. And because of that, they have access to adventurer IDs of dead adventurers, as well as, like, the idea of, like, a printing press for, like an old, like, money printing press, right? So they have, like, the technology to make basically out-of-date tags and fake being an adventurer, as long as you don't push it too far. So they're basically making fake IDs for the Warriors of Light so they can pretend to be different people, or people would realize how fucking strong they were, and they would be the top in the world. But because there seems to be about 50 or 60 of them, and they're always fighting for, like, first place, it's, like, so close, no one realizes that it's just 4 people pretending to be 50 different people with, like, 10 different ID cards. And that causes this secondary society to exist that the main characters can go to when they decide to confront the monarch and lose. And then it's like the whole second book is all from that side of the world, essentially. So it's like this nice, great world in the first book, and then everything turns into a dystopia from the second book.
Take up arms against them. From the first scene of the film, we see the dictatorial framework of Chancellor Sutler's Britain. After a history of biological disaster,
And the
warfare...
other thing about the tree is it's basically a paradise. So it's like, the citizens always say, why would you want to be an adventurer? Why would you want to leave? But it's because people get bored. And they're like, these plays and entertainment just doesn't get me, man. I need the thrill. I need a thrill. And then they go out and they die. But hey, at least they were thrilled.
Starvation and drought, a new society arose.
And where once you had the freedom to object, to think and speak as you saw fit, you now have censors and systems of surveillance coercing your conformity and subverting your submission. We need cameras.
There are civilian curfews, extreme search and seizure methods, and surveillance at every level of society. When describing how Chancellor Sutler's regime justified these extreme measures of power in the first act, V explains,
Fear got the best of you, and in your panic you turned to the now High Chancellor Adam Sutler. He promised you order, he promised you peace, and all he demanded in return was your silent, obedient consent.
The wording here is purposeful. McTeague chose the twin ideas of fear and consent to recall the philosophy of Thomas Hobbes, a 17th century political philosopher. To put
Hey,
it
that's the stuff you're
extremely
reading.
In his famous work Levi, Hobbes
isn't
talked
it?
about what justifies government power.
Mhm.
He argued 2 things. Firstly, that government power is justified by consent. You have to consent to your government having power over you. Secondly,
And
that it is
that's kind of like the best way that democracy works, is in the context of people that lose. Hobbes is talked about in Essay 11. Oh, okay, so it's a different one. The government power is justified by consent of the people. People have to realize that in a democracy there are winners and losers. And as the losers of the vote, you still are consenting to what the government does, even though you didn't vote for that government. I'm reading Modern Stuff, 20th and 21st Century. Ah, okay. I just remember you mentioning Hobbes, and I was like, wait, I remember this. But I wasn't sure if everything you read was his philosophy, or if it was just like the democracy, the dead god, or whatever it is.
Power is justified by consent. You have to consent to your government having power over you. Secondly, that it is human nature to fear death above all else. To believe that if you do not have a government, not even your life can be guaranteed against those around you, because humans will eventually kill each other for resources, land, or wife.
True.
And if we're so focused on staying alive and afraid of those around us, then freedom of speech, religion, action, and
Big disagree here on the democracy thing. Voting can be an act of self-defiance, will not constitute a consent. Well, I think in a place of, like, for instance, Canada and the US, if you don't agree with the current political structure, you have the option to leave the country. So by staying in the country, you're technically consenting. And sure, yeah, it's a lot of work to leave the country, but it's like, are your ideals upheld to the point of pushing that line? Of being like, I disagree with these ideals more than I dislike the amount of work I have to put in to get out of this area. Or you just wait for another vote and then you vote again. But it's like, at some point, I mean, anywhere. Mainly probably another English-speaking, probably European country. But I mean, like, if you're thinking, like, long-term here, like, you do not agree with this shit at all, like people in America with Trump, it's like, you know, save up, like, the next 2 years, another country with another democratic government. Exactly. Which most likely you won't be able to vote for, but at least you get to choose at that point in time, okay, which of these countries upholds my ideals? And then you pick the country that upholds your ideals. And now you're living in a country that upholds your ideals, and hell, you didn't even have to vote. Now, I'm not saying I know anything about immigration, but, like, if we're talking a long-term plan, and this is like a 5 to 7 year long-term plan, and then once you're settled in the new country, you plan to live the rest of your life there. So we're talking a 7 to 70 year plan. If you disagree with the country that much, then I think you should leave. Even if it takes that much time for you to leave, because it's going to take more time than that, I guarantee you, for the country to change once it's on the path that it's on. Because once things shift, they tend to take a long time to shift again. And usually the shift in the other direction is like twice as hard, and you start wanting to go in like this. And you're fucking teetering, and we're like right here, ready to go way the fuck over there. At least that's how I feel about it. I know, but like, you have to think, like, okay, Levi, you have to think about it from the position of someone who they disagree with an ideology so much, and we're talking like very specific, such as, oh, Trump, like a great one is Trump's immigration. Okay, well then go to the UK, go to London. Like, they're apparently having a shit ton of problems with migrants, which means, yeah, you should be easily able to go there. And if you're like all about open borders, go over to a country in Europe that's all about open borders. Don't go to Poland, but go somewhere else, right? And the same with, like, and I could specifically say, not all nations are on the same path, because Canada is on a path to hell like this, and the US is on a path to hell like this. We're both going to hell, but we're both taking extremely different directions and courses in that. Whereas Canada is focusing hugely on, like, Native Americans and placing Native Americans basically above everything else. And America is like, well, we're getting rid of immigrants, illegal immigrants, right? It's like these kind of two directions on their extremes are very bad. Well, the extremes of immigration, not... It's what people think, but not the reality, right? Like the people that are like, oh my god, Doge is going to take away Social Security for people. Yeah, it's going to take away the Social Security for that guy who's 175. It's also going to take away Social Security for that it's going to take away the ability for that 9-month-old baby to get a $4 million loan. If that's what you're talking about, yes, that's what they're going to remove. But, and it's not like they're going to come knocking on the door of your grandma and take your grandma away because she's 7th generation Indian. Or 7th generation African American. Or Colombian. Or even Mexican. Unless they're there illegally. Which makes sense. So it's like the perception of people, and that's kind of what this is all about, is the justifying the revolution has to be from the eyes of the people. And that's why we gave all these reasons why the people inside the tree enact this revolution. And it's like the idea of Reddit in like echo chambers talking way too much about stuff, getting in their head about stuff, being racist towards the other races, and hating the fact that some of the races are trying to eliminate racism so they can only racist in one direction. So then the octopi get to racist against the insectoids and the avians and the beastmen, but the insectoids and the avians no longer get to racist against the beastmen. And then the government trying to accept beastmen and bring them onto the same level as avians and insects. It's like, wait, those crazy people that we had laughed at were actually telling the truth? And they're like, okay, well, that's really weird. Okay, well, I mean, they fooled us once, right? But hey, you know, they're not going to do it again, right? Oh, look at that. We didn't trust the Monarch enough to defend us. We trusted the Adventurers Guild. So now the Adventurers Guild has fallen at the hands of the Beastmen. So now people are like, oh wait, are the Beastmen entangled with the Adventurers Guild? How the fuck do adventurers, an entire army of adventurers, lose to an army of beastmen? Like, in the people's eyes, that's fucking impossible. So there had to have been something that went awry. Either an inside job from adventurers, or something along those lines. But there's like no way the beastmen actually orchestrated an attack on a city that actually worked. And not only like worked, but like fucking worked, and sent everyone into a panic, being like, oh fuck, I'm quitting being the adventurer, fuck this shit, you know? Basically telling their families back in the tree what the hell happened. And then people are like, wait, so the Beastman War is a real thing. So hold on. These crazy people said this dumb shit. This dumb shit came true. Then they said some even more dumb shit on top of that. And that came true too? I don't know about you, but maybe we should start listening to these guys. And that's literally what happens. It's like completely justifiable in their eyes. And the fact that Zabe was the only one who died because he wouldn't leave. They're like, the only reason the fucking crazy people killed him is because he just wouldn't leave. All he had to do was leave the tree. It would have been fine, but no. So it's like, it wasn't even, like, violent in that aspect. They were like, they went to the Monarch, they demanded, hey, Monarch, we've decided, remove every adventurer from the tree. Kick them out of the tree. And Monarch's like, really? And they're like, yep. And he's like, well, shit, I guess I have to do it. All right, here we go. and it's like inspired by the idea of Brutus killing Caesar, basically at the behest of the people, because if he was on Caesar's side, the people would kill him. So it's like the best of two horrible options. I have to kill my best friend, or I have to die alongside my best friend. Do I choose death or life? Obviously, I'm going to choose life and kill my best friend. So that's kind of the dilemma, but on a lower down scale of not death, at least not supposed to be death. That's the whole point of doing it, is to avoid death by just kicking the adventurers out, because it's easy to just say, okay, you guys can't come in the tree anymore. It's a lot harder to be like, okay, I have to kill like half of the people because they're all retarded. He doesn't want to do that. That'll set back things like multiple generations for his plans.
And assembly are simply not guaranteed, or even possible. V alludes to this sentiment in his revolutionary speech.
I know why you did it. I know you were afraid. Who wouldn't be? War, terror, disease. There were a myriad of problems which conspired to corrupt your reason and rob you of your common sense.
Imagine a classroom without a teacher. Johnny has 3 pencils and knows Mikey will not take them because the teacher would punish Mikey if he tried to.
True.
But if the teacher leaves, then nothing is to stop Mikey from beating Johnny up and taking his pencil if he needs it. A classroom without a teacher is like living without government to Hobbes. And he calls such a situation the state.
That's a really good
of
analogy,
If
actually.
this is what it's like without government, then we can see how Sutler's Norse fire regime justifies its power. Any government that can provide peace, order, stability, and relieve us of that constant
True.
fear for our lives
Yup.
must be necessarily better than the state of nature, no matter how oppressive it may be. Under this philosophy, Sutler's government is justified because A, the people voted him into power, and B, his regime brought people out of the state of nature.
That's kind of the thing. It's like, despite the monarch and the viceroy, they're the military power. They're not a political power. Their concubines who are voted in by the people are the power. That's why the people technically, like, that's why they, like, the monarch has to basically abide by what the people do. Because he is just there as a show of force to enforce the rules that society has created, because he has the power to do that. And whether he does that himself or through, like, basically the adventurers. So there's, like, adventurers inside of the tree that are, like, guards, right? So it's like, you can basically get, like, a full-time job inside of the government being a guard inside of the city. And then you don't have to risk your life, you get the payment, and all the shit. So there's a lot of people that just decide, you know what, fuck it, I'll just be a guard. But most of the main jobs inside of the tree, like, for instance, like mining the crystal itself, manufacturing the crystal itself, every kind of process like that is all done voluntarily through the people up to a point. So it's like the idea of, we have enough people doing this job, so we don't need to worry about it. Then the next day it's like, oh, we don't have enough people doing this job. Okay, let's post on the adventurers board, and we'll, like, basically get people that normally wouldn't do the job. So it's like you're just basically upping the pay of it as less people work. So it's like continuously trying to upkeep this roster of people doing all of these jobs inside of the tree. And, like, one of the main things in order to be able to leave the tree is have, like, a certificate signed by, like, all of these different, like, corporations, basically, inside of the tree that do these. To be able to be, like, you're trustworthy, you can take orders, you know, you don't fuck with shit, and you can deal with people. And it's like, okay, yeah, oh, you seem to be a total fit for society, you can go leave the tree. And then usually 2 minutes later they come back into the tree like, I didn't know what the fuck that was, but I am not going back out there again. All governments look great on paper, but so far none of them have taken the correct steps to protect the people from the government. In my opinion, the CIA and Secret Service, or whatever agency mirrors them in other countries, should be tasked to protect the governmental awful officials from foreign assassination, but the people from them. Yeah, that's why I think there should be 2 sectors, right? There should be, like, a civil sector of, like, the CIA, that its only purpose is auditing the government for whatever purposes, and it's backed up with, like, military strength. So if you're fucking around in the goddamn government and you fail an audit and you start turning into a gangster, they bring in the fucking military and just execute you. And This would clearly be after, like, you lost the trial, but you're still not giving up your position, right? It's like, you've gone through all the proceedings and the person's still having a fucking temper tantrum, just take them out. And then it's like, they go from protecting the government from assassination to being the assassins of the government at the will of the people. I think there is an angle to take from that on the side of how does unless the act is severe enough with evidence in hand, the end threat then reveal the evidence. End the threat, then reveal the evidence. Yeah. There's a point in democracy, the god that failed, where Hoppe laments that due to the temporary nature of democratic office, such leaders are rarely assassinated. Yeah, the only leaders that are truly assassinated are the ones that have such a dramatic change of view, and they upset the people that have power. That they know that a transition of governmental power on an edifice does not change their power at all. They don't care who the fuck the president or the vice president or any of the judicial people are. They do everything like under the table, off the books, because that's how they were established, to be like invisible parts of the government, right? And it's like when those people are in the pockets of the actual officials, that's when you don't have to worry. But when someone comes in and their main purpose is to get rid of those people, such as Trump, which is like, I have this really, really funny story. My dad, he is like pretty big in the government, or was. They fucked him over, he fucked them over, he got to retire and got triple his pension. Basically, he was a whistleblower. And they fired him over it, and then he sued them, and he won. But, so, you know, he's slightly known, let's just say that. And he absolutely loves, like, politics and, like, government and stuff like that. Because now he can just sit back and laugh because he fucked the government over because they fucked him over. So he don't give no fucks. So he's laughing his ass off at, like, Trump. Because it's like, we're huge into conspiracies. Like, I love writing, so I like conspiracies. My dad, he's like all in on it, right? I'm like, I like the idea, and sure, there's some evidence behind it. Yeah, you know, it makes sense, but there's not enough evidence. There's not proof. There's just, like, evidence, right? And, for instance, like, assassination of JFK, because he was going to reveal UFOs. And the same thing with, like, Donald Trump. It's like, the Secret Service comes in, and, like, some guy in black, like, Men in Black dude, puts a bullet down on the table, and the bullet has Donald Trump written on it. And they say, if you mention anything about UFOs or secret government projects, black book projects, or anything like that, this bullet literally has your name on it. And that's what they do to intimidate people coming into the next power structure in order to maintain their power. And the people that fuck with that are the ones that get assassinated, i.e. JFK. My dad believes it. I just think it's a story. It's a there's like a 3% chance that's real. That's a 3% chance. He thinks it's like a 97% chance. I don't know.
Relieving the...
But then again, there's always this, right? You think of the craziest things, and then... I don't know if they have it. But it's Osama... I think it's Osama bin Laden, right? And it's like, there's like a coup against him, and he literally calls everyone in, and then he's like, yeah, so we found out about your coup. And then he has a list of names, and he's literally reading people's names off, taking them outside, and executing them on the spot. The idea that conspiracies never happen is absurd. Governments are pretty good at maintaining secrecy in wartime operations, so it's not crazy that they might succeed domestically. Yes, no, I'm not talking about conspiracies in general. I am specifically talking about UFOs, aliens, the power of consciousness, technology that would free us from basically ever needing energy, and, like, the fact that we have, like, scientific bases on the moon and on Mars, and, like, we've actually sent ships with people outside of the solar system. It's like, at some point, yeah, sure, like 0.2%. There's like a 0.2% chance that I have written a short story. The UFO stuff is definitely cover up for military weapons testing. Yeah, that's what I would assume. Because think about this. If on average the military technology is 50 to 70 years ahead of what's currently available at top end of the public, think about what technology would be like in 50 years. And that's probably the technology that they had in the 90s. Not perfected, but like a baseline technology, like anti-gravitics, actual fucking laser weapons, like photon cannons, energy shields. I 100% believe that there is a possibility that the government has that kind of technology on, like, a globalist Illuminati level, where it's like, yeah, nukes are one thing, but this shit is like having the shields in Dune that make guns useless. Right? I missed something. With the information age and the universe we have now, there hasn't been enough time for even the simplest of radio signals to reach us from even the closest possible planets that could theoretically support life. The Earth itself is 4.5 billion years old, and life didn't start on all those 4.5 billion years ago, and it took this long to reach our level of evolution. The representatives are supported by the people, and the people are corrupt in micro interactions. Innocent are the people who think that there is no such thing as cosmoethics. Nothing goes unnoticed in the natural order of the universe and the cosmos. True. And what I would respond to you with, Sean, is consciousness. The idea that consciousness creates reality. So, the Big Bang was actually created by consciousness. So consciousness existed before the universe. And consciousness is fundamental to reality. Without consciousness, there is not reality. Consciousness manifests and creates reality. So from that perspective, it would absolutely be possible that entities, because we're not talking physical entities when we're talking, like, aliens on this scale. We're talking interdimensional, non-physical beings that are pure energy, pure consciousness, or come from alternate dimensions. I have a theory that we call stars are actually universes, and our whole universe is a larger star. Yes, and it's like the idea that, a black hole collapse of a star is the Big Bang. And it's just an infinite amount of universes inside an infinite amount of universes with an infinite amount of universes inside those infinite amount of universes that contain an infinite amount of universes within those universes with, and it's just it's incomprehensible to our current conscious minds. Right? But that's because we're held back by this physicalness. You have to move past the physicalness into the metaphysical, into energy and consciousness and understanding the basics of the infinite. An infinite nesting doll of universes. Exactly. And every star that collapses into a black hole is another universe. And there's no way to know how deep into that you are. The pre-existent consciousness thing, sounds like deism. The recursive universe stuff is a different thing. I'm just going to say all of my philosophy it's not pulled from. I will say this. It's not pulled from. When I read the Seth material, it took what I had already previously thought, and just in my own mind, no matter what anyone else said, this is like what I believe the actual fundamental understanding of the universe is. And it put it into actual categorizable science. And took it from an abstract idea and made it applicable to reality. Now, people can't understand this on a scale, but think of the idea of consciousness creates reality, right? Without consciousness, we don't have this. Without consciousness, we don't have this. Without consciousness, we don't have this. And on this fundamental level, it's possible to say that this was purely created by consciousness. Even though consciousness facilitated through a physical being using other physical aspects created it from those materials, it in essence was created from consciousness. And we know that 0 multiplied by anything is 0. So even the tiniest quark has to have consciousness. So that when you build up to a certain point, it's like building a circuit, and once that circuit is complete, energy starts to flow. And I believe that's how consciousness works. And that's kind of how I've built consciousness into the magical system of my book. And it all comes from this. And it's like it underlines new ideas that I've never thought of, but they all derive from this basic understanding of how to use consciousness to manipulate and interact with the world that you're living in. When you ask a Christian how the universe started, God said, "Let there be light." The Big Bang supports that precisely. At the moment of the Big Bang, there was light, and only light. They also claim that two opposing particles touched, and that caused the Big Bang. But they also claim the Big Bang created all matter. Thus, where did those particles come from? True. And it's like, people can't think beyond their own limits of their imagination, right? So, that's why I love streaming, because even though I've only been doing it for this short amount of time, the minds that I've met on an intellectual level, because we're in the reading and writing category, right? This in general is for higher level intelligent people who can understand the depth of what someone's trying to create when they're writing. And that takes a very special mind in a creative sense, right? So talking with other people and being able to have these discussions for me is fucking amazing, because most people I talk to, it's like talking to fucking Drax. I'm like, oh my god, really? No, I wasn't being literal. Take it out of scope. Obviously, there is a pre-immersive universe that supports the idea that something is happening in a certain time space, but the mind is limited to a perspective, whether egoic or inanimate, in order to be able to divide itself. Without dividing itself, there is no immersion. It's a paradox. That's the catch. And most things view to be paradoxes within a confined limit of what we believe reality to be, right? When you take your mind outside of that, think of the idea that no paradoxes can exist, because you can continuously zoom in on nuance until you have nuanced something so far that you've split into two different categories. And I take a really bad example of this, but it's like colorism versus racism, right? It's like white people being racist against tan white people, or black people being racist against, excuse me, but black people that look like they're green, if you know what I mean. And it's like racism within their own category due to the coloring of that category and tanness, basically, of the skin, right? And same way, like, even within, not even the skin color, but within nationalities within Asia, how the Chinese hate Japanese, right? Or even with North Korea, South Korea. Namekians. Wait, where did that come from? Did I miss something? Oh, Namekians being able to split their consciousness. Black people who look like they're green. You know how like the light reflects off, so it kind of looks like greenish tint? Like they're so black they're green? It sounds really bad, I know, but like... Oh my god, I don't have TTS on, I'm so sorry. Hello? What the fuck? Say hello? Valiant Boy, I already said hello, didn't I? I swear, I said hello, Valiant Boy. I'm just fucking typing it in. No, that's not what I'm talking about, Google. You're a fucking idiot. Like, who's that? Who's that? No, this is just fucking stupid. This is so racist, but surely light skin prejudices would be a better example of colorism within black culture. True. I said it at the beginning. It was a really bad example, but it was like the one that just immediately came to my head. So I was like, oh, okay. It's a really bad example, but it kind of shows the point. And that point also is like supposed to be on a darker side, so I thought it kind of fit with the vibe of it, right? Because it's like, how can we turn this into something that it's not, essentially? But anyways, the willingness of the person inside of the democracy to allow them to be asserted to the level of that government is always a very tough question, and then the means by which and the cause of that person to, like I said, evacuate that country is like a 5 to 7 year goal. Does your ideology change and demand you to leave at that great cost? Like, I'm literally talking like people having to flee China, like white people having to flee China because they've lived there forever and they don't, like, they know how the world is and they tell the Chinese people how the world is, and then the Chinese government goes, no, you can't talk about Tiananmen Square or anything like that. Get the fuck out of our country or we kill you, right? Like, that's the extreme I'm talking about. But people think on a different level than that when they're on a lower IQ level, right? Like the people in America who think Trump and Elon are fucking dictators. It's just fucking retarded. Same with like how people inside the tree think people are fucking retarded for thinking that allowing beastmen to be adventurers and allowing them into the tree is somehow going to make them on par with insectoids and avians to the point that it's going to be an us versus them, and the octopi are going to win because the octopi are on a higher standing ground. It's just such a ridiculous thing to think, but it's what people think, because people are fucking dumb. Why do Chinese, Korean, and Japanese movies only have Asians? If the world was divided into smaller, less powerful nations, then the process of political immigration would be far more practical and would yield more beneficial results. True, Levi. And I'm not saying that like, this is a good idea or this will get you your results. I'm just saying extrapolated to the real world on an extreme, the people inside of the tree are acting like the Americans are towards Trump and Elon, literally acting that way towards the Adventurers Guild, as if the Adventurers Guild was responsible for starting the war with the Beastmen. Which, to be fair, in a sense they were, because Fafnir was taking a nap and they woke him up. But he would have woken up and started the Beastmen Wars in another 150 years or 200 years anyway. So it was like they just expedited the inevitable. So now they have the chance to actually deal with it, as opposed to leaving it for their great-grandchildren to have to deal with. So it's a lot of people just not thinking on a long-term scale that they feel it's justified. Like, me, from my perspective, it's fucking retarded what they're doing, right? But from the people inside of the tree, they're like, yeah, This makes sense. Get these fuckers out of here. They have, it's the security before all else. If this is causing us a slight bit of security, get the fuck rid of them. It's nearly impossible to prove time travel because if you send something even 5 minutes forward or backward in time, the object would appear in space 5 minutes forward and will appear behind the Earth, never to catch up 5 minutes backward, and it would have been in front of the Earth and burnt up in atmosphere. See, I've thought of that idea before, Sean. And how would you get around the concept of that? And you know how you get around the concept of that? I'm going to give you a hint. It's how the engine works in Futurama. Oh, the ship's so heavy I couldn't build an engine to move it. So I built an engine that moves the universe around it. And that's kind of like how I would envision time travel. Because time is only a perception. Time doesn't actually exist. So thus, time travel is not actually time travel. It's something else. Either moving to a different dimension that's displaced by that amount of perceived time, right? You would need to either build your time travel device into a space vessel or else discover a method of anchoring to the planet's core. If you were thinking in time travel on a physical sense, if you believed that time was a linear construct that all beings of consciousness experienced at the same time. But let me ask the question that I have never had an answer to because I don't think I've ever asked someone who's intelligent enough to actually give me an answer because I have no idea. And Google is not helpful because this is not something people generally do research on. But, for instance, time is a perception of movement. Well, it's extrapolate even further beyond that, that time is a construct of consciousness in order for you to understand and cohesively experience consciousness, there needs to be a linear structure for the experience itself. But that's only for the experience. It's like editing a movie. I love editing, by the way. So to me, time is like editing a movie. You don't necessarily see all of the pieces that was the time from someone conceiving the idea in their head to the moment the full production was first pressed export and rendered. And I believe that the product video at the end is the actual experience of consciousness, but that is not how the world works, and that's not how everything is actually done. It's done on a much smaller finite Planck scale that just adds up like frames on a camera that your consciousness attaches to and experiences. At least that's how I believe to perceive it. And it's not even like in this concept, it's like everyone's perception is valid. So if you believe that time is a linear construct, it's a linear construct. And even to me, it is a linear construct, but only in a niche idea of the understanding of this existence and experience, right? Did I ever mention my theory about fictions in our world? I'm not quite sure, Sean. Go ahead again and do it. But as far as justification and how people view the world in their own terms, very much has to play with this as opposed to the reality itself. Just like perception of reality is not reality. And extrapolating all those inner points between those hidden moments, essentially, brings me back to what the question I was going to ask, which is, do you believe that size matters when it comes to the experience of time? So, for instance, if an Oort cloud or a sun is conscious and extrapolate the average lifespan and consciousness of a human, everything we view as fiction is in existence in a different plane, and we get vibes from those realms, which we then interpret into fictional stories. We might not get everything correct, but we would get it close. See, and what Seth says is that it's actually the opposite, and this is the power of creation, is you're creating those worlds. And that's how consciousness creates reality. So God in religion was just the epitome of someone else's idea. So God spoke the idea of humans, and humans came into existence. Because a being of consciousness had a thought that caused that to become the actual reality, and you exist in that reality. So you are someone else's imagination. So I absolutely agree with that it could either be both. And it probably is both. Sometimes you're picking up on the vibes of things that are real. Sometimes you're creating your own universes. And by combining those together, it creates an entirely separate universe. So you're creating infinite amounts of infinite universes with infinite ideas that cause infinite realities to spawn. And it's like a perpetual, ever-evolving existence that you could never delete. And it's like no matter what theory you come up with, you can stylize it under that perspective of reality. I'm not saying I can think and have something come into existence, but I can think, enact my body, and cause that effect. It is the exact same thing with extra steps, just people don't perceive it that way. This is a bizarre question because it's asking about specific detail of conscious experience for hypothetical beings. But Levi, I'm going to bring up non-hypothetical beings. Quite likely, consciously experienced time is a more spread out series of perceived events, if at all. This is evidenced by their shorter reaction times. Levi, exactly, and I was going to specifically say ants. The speed at which ants act is like 10 times faster than even like your fastest like F1 racing reactionist. And to some people, that is an experience of consciousness, that they are experiencing. I was thinking of flies. Those buzzers react crazy fast. Yeah, they actually react faster than your eye can blink. But Levi, do you want to actually know what the secret, and do you actually want to know that it's a psychological secret why flies are so hard to catch? And you can prove this by recording yourself and looking at yourself in the mirror. When you move your eyes, you don't actually see anything. Your brain is completely making up everything you see between your eye moving from point A and point B. So the reason why it's almost impossible to catch a fly is because your eyes are always moving. The secret to catching a fly is setting your eye on something in the distance and then trying to catch it out of the corner of your eye. Because your reaction time to moving your eyes is slower than the reaction time of the fly. So it literally moves before you see it. And that's why it seems like they react so fucking crazily fast. So next time you see a fly, try it, and I guarantee you could probably catch it. Or you probably catch it within like 5 tries. If you look at the Oort cloud around our solar system, it is very similar to a membrane around a single cell with its glowing nucleus and its core, just like our sun. Exactly. So the more you extrapolate it, the more that... And like they said, the human brain is the most complex structure in the entire universe, and like as far as we know, the entire universe, zoomed out, looks like a fucking brain. It's consciousness creating consciousness that facilitates creating consciousness that creates more consciousness. So... I don't think it would ever be provable unless you could talk to the ant, and it would be like, yeah, I'm doing really fast, no one is going to talk to you, I would slow that down 10%? Okay, yeah, no, okay, now we know. Hey, so are we watching a video about revolution, right? Well, we are, but we're also discussing politics and the idea of consciousness and how that interacts with people and how people justify. So it's more about perspective. I guess this entire video is, or this entire stream is more about perspective and how people view things versus what reality actually is. Because I'll prospect you this. What good is knowing all of this about the universe if it doesn't help me get food tomorrow? It's privileged information. I consider this a category in and of itself, and it's privileged information. It's information that is purely there out of curiosity. You want this out of curiosity. There's no practical reason to it. It doesn't actually change anything. It is pure perspective and how you view the world and how you interact with the world. And that is extremely important to how the citizens view the world, because that's all they know. Because they don't know hunger, they don't know pain, they don't know anxiety, they don't know fear, they don't know sleep. They only know the consistency of trying to find the next high. And this is almost what plays facilitate, is almost this drug addiction by the people to just continuously have this adrenaline of ideas and curiosity and knowledge and inspiration and thought and provoking and all of this to keep their minds in a flare, to prevent them from sitting back and realizing that their lives are so stagnant and they're not actually doing anything. And the people that do sit back and think that become adventurers. And it's just such a simple mindset shift, but it takes so much for someone who's ingrained in that reality. Apologize for my weirdness that encouraged that tangent. I'm proud to be weird, but when it inconveniences others, I do feel bad about it. No, Sean. My skill, I am 100% ego boosting the fuck out of myself. My skill, I can take an 11-minute video and turn it into a 4-hour stream. I do this, I'm not saying better than, because I think he could do it better if he didn't have such, like, speed to the stream. But Asmongold could take a 4-minute video and turn it into a couple hours if it's an engaging topic that causes an extreme amount of tangents for this information backs up this information backs up this information. Oh, we had someone in chat who doesn't agree with it. Let's pull him up, see what he thinks about it, and try and change his perspective about it. It's like I literally, before I started streaming, I was like, I'm going to study Asmon, I'm going to craft my stream around how he does his stream. And it slowly evolved into, now I can take an 11-minute video and turn it into like 4 hours. As long as it's a topic that's relatable and talked about, and I know like some sort of idea beforehand as to what it's going to go into. And then having people in chat to talk back and forth and give new ideas about. So don't ever feel like you should be sitting back and not talking. You should be interrupting me at every point at possible so that I can continue to tangent and talk and spread the time out and just like elongate the content while creating more content. It's a good thing to know. I was just joking about the length of the tangent. Oh, I know, Levi, and it's like, I understand, like I said, intoxication is my name. If you don't understand that, then you're in the wrong spot, because that's all I fucking do. I literally press pause, I hear 4 words, I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot to say this. It's like, in that aspect, I do really feel like Asmon, because it's like, you have to just keep explaining it, or you're trying to continue to explain this over and over in this, like, method that I feel Asmon doesn't even know this, but he's using like the Seth method, where it's like you start with like, you either start in 2 directions. You either start with a really, really big picture that everybody understands, and then you slowly break every single nuance about that down into a Russian nesting doll until you get to a topic that doesn't even seem related to the original topic, all to change someone's perspective about something they believe without any evidence to back it up. As well as starting from the most minute of nuance and extrapolating it into the most grand of universal idea that people can clasp onto. If you can do those 2 things, you can pretty much talk to anyone forever about any topic, as long as they're willing to listen. And like I said, I was talking earlier in someone's stream about the idea that my friends coined the word intoxication is when I just start talking about my book, and then like 2 or 3 hours would go by, and then I'd look around and all my friends are gone. And I've just been sitting there talking to myself for like half an hour, just being like, oh my god, and then there was this, and then they had to do this, and then it was that, and it was like, oh my god, and then we did this, and then think about this twist, and it's like, wait, the fuck did everyone go? Shit, how long have I been at this? And that's intoxication. So they're like, you need to, like, ever since like 2011, they were like, you need to stream, man, you need to stream. Like, you'd be a great streamer, you should stream. And I was like, I don't want to turn, because I didn't have this massive, like aspect of streaming. I'd always only watched, like, League of Legends streamers and shit. If you had the time ship, I'd anchor the planet's core, and then release the anchor when you choose. You could then use this as the fastest method of spatial travel. Going backward X billion years while anchored, then release the anchor going forward again until you were on another planet. Anchor to that and return to the current time. How many light years in an instant? True, Sean. That is actually a really fascinating idea. Is that supposed to say you're so... I don't understand, Valiant Boy. It says, I'll so high, bro. Are you high? Are you saying I'm high? Because, like, I actually need to grind more weed, and I've only had, like, 1 toke or 2 tokes, like, the entire stream. Like, we're 3.5 minutes into this video. Okay, let's go back to the video, guys. We've got 2 more videos after this, and we're only doing a 3-hour stream. Fuck me.
To Hobbes, these are the only 2 requirements. Fundamentally, fear of death is the governing principle of human action in Hobbes' philosophy. When considering V's eventual revolution in this light, if the idea of having no state means falling into such utter chaos that one is terrified for their life, that they cannot have meaningful relationships, that they're in a constant state of war, then no such revolution is...
I've had 0 tokes in my life. I'm still high. Well, nice, Sean. Good for you, man. But I come from a complete stoner family, and we've always been stoners. My parents literally on my 19th birthday were like, live a little, have a joint, and I've been smoking ever since. Good times. Definitely, I believe, like, I've had a lot of people talk about weed, like, fucking up their memory. Like, yeah, I have a really fucked up memory. I had a fucked up memory before. I also have seizures, and that fucks my memory too. Like, I'm fucking terrible with names. Like, sometimes I can't remember names. It's like, it's not just actually, like, it's not, like, me being figuratively retarded. It's, like, mentally retarded in a reality because my brain is actually fucked up in some way, because I have epilepsy. 5G fucks up your memory and speed of thought. True. Have you seen the experiments that they've done by putting seeds next to a Wi-Fi thing, and the seeds just, like, die? They never grow because the Wi-Fi signals kill them, because electricity interfering with other electrical impulses, it overstimulates the plant and basically fries its circuit board. It's a really fascinating study. And you can literally do it yourself. Like, buy a plant, put it next to your Wi-Fi, buy a plant, put it on the other side of your house, do exactly the same thing to them. Of course, have the same plant, right? And see which one dies. I guarantee you the one right next to your Wi-Fi will die in like a week and a half, 2 weeks. But, like, you gotta literally put it, like, on top of the router. Then there's the fact that 5G has a shorter range than the 3G did. It's like, yeah, the idea is that it's a stronger signal. This is what I'm pretty sure. So, like, okay, so this was 3G, right? Okay, let's do it on the side like this, right? So let's say this was 3G, right? This is 5G. Where it's like, they've basically completely narrowed the band, so it's like it doesn't go as far, but its signal that does hit you is a lot stronger. And I'm like, I don't know anything about technology, but, like, just inference for me, I'm like, I bet you that's how they went from 5G to 4G to you know, upwards in Gs. Like, it's not like, oh, we developed a new way to send signals. No, we just made the fucking signal differently. Like we have since the fucking beginning of technology. We haven't invented a new signal. We just changed the way that we use that signal and interpret that signal. We've always been using radio signals, which is just... It's just like... It's like electrical interference and noise. And then we've basically tamed it to be able to do our bidding because we understand how to manipulate the physical world. And boom, we have the internet. Crazy, right?
These can ever be justified. Chancellor Sutler says as much.
Doubt will plunge this country back into chaos, and I will not let that happen. The security of this nation depends on complete and total compliance.
To him, the risk is too high. No matter what liberties V fights for, Sutler's government is supposedly legitimate because it provides for the most base human concern, security of life, where the state of nature cannot. But V for Vendetta directly challenges the assumptions underpinning this model of political legitimacy. McTeague challenges the idea that fear has to be the governing principle of human nature.
That's kind of what I'm doing in my book.
Steps in to save V at the BTN,
where it's like the idea, the monarch doesn't use fear, the monarch uses the people's own like devices against them, their own will against them. He says, "What do you want?" They say, "We don't know." And he says, "What do you want?" They say, "Tell us what we want." And he says, "What do you want?" And they're like, "Whatever we want." And he's like, "That's damn right." Higher frequencies, so a more rapid data transfer, but less distance for roughly the same reason a bass drum can be heard from outside a concert, while the singer can't. True, Levi. It's all physics at the end of the day. Until we learn how to, like, actually use the quantum world in physics and actually manipulate and be able to work with quantum physics on, like, the idea of sending information and, like, quantum computers, like, the human civilization is gonna break. You thought the internet was insane. Imagine being able to download all and analyze all of human knowledge, the entirety of the internet, in less than 1,000th of a second. All of existence, less than a second. Because of how quantum works. And it's not dictated by time. And things can happen all at the same time. So it doesn't matter if your process is infinite, the process will finish as soon as it starts because it all happens at once. I want Li-Fi. It uses a control mechanism that flickers your house lights even when they appear off to the human eye. The camera on the computer and the flickering LED on the case transfers the data literally at light speed without any EM fields. Ah, that's super intense. I like that. I was gonna say something along the lines of using the natural, like, instead of like wireless fiber optics, yeah, basically Levi. It's expensive, only being tested in some offices currently. Yeah, but I mean, like, that was an inevitability. You look at, we had wires, then we had Wi-Fi, then we had fiber optic, then we had Wi-Fi fiber optic. We literally got satellites beaming down your internet, and it's like, we had to, it's a cloudy day. Well, that doesn't matter. We're using LiDAR and shit. Like, this light goes through anything, but no one can see it. It's like a laser precise, goes straight to your roof, don't matter. Can go through a frickin' storm. A jet's flying over your house, doesn't fucking matter. It's literally goes through anything. And we have backup systems from other angles as well, of, cascading effects, stuff like that, just to keep everything in line. But, I mean, it's an inevitable extrapolation of what the technology can do, right? If you have things precisely set up enough and you can calibrate them enough, you could definitely do fiber optics across large distances. Just the calibration of that would be really hard. But so is landing on fucking Mars. We've apparently done it. If you believe. But yeah. So having something like that with extrapolating an inevitable aspect, just like with quantum computers, eventually everyone will have a quantum computer. And it'll be like the idea of like a universal quantum computer to the point you don't need a chip in your head. The Earth itself will be the chip. And as long as you're on Earth, you'll be able to receive and send Wi-Fi signals straight through your brain through like augmented vision, just simply through the fact of, like I was going to say, using the natural. Like, one of our biggest problems is we don't use Earth as a natural base. Most of the stuff we use comes from space. Like radio waves, X-rays, like most of the waves, we're just taking stuff that comes from space and redirecting it in different directions. But taking things...
Catfish Hexen rated my stream with 10 viewers. Welcome, Raiders, to the stream.
You're back, dude.
You heard him. I'll pick you up at 5. Be outside. I don't want to have to talk.
Cat raid, 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 cat raid. Welcome, welcome, Catfish! Hoi hoi! Saint Carrots, welcome, welcome. How is it going, guys? Welcome to the stream. Chaos in a Vox. Thank you, thank you. Welcome, welcome. How are you guys? I gotta take a toke for this one because I still haven't smoked my toke.
Quit hockey, I heard you the first time.
Again, thank you for the raid. Catfish Hexen, welcome everybody. We are discussing... Oh, how do you have a multi-stream counter? Oh, hold on. Wait, what's the plugin for it called? Damn, where is it? Yeah, okay, so one's from Stream Elements, and it's an alert. Let me see if I can find it here. Activity feed, no. Streaming tools, overlays. Okay, no, it's not on there. Huh. Man, it's been so long. Alerts. Maybe it was a widget. Okay, it's a widget. It's a widget. Spectator count. So on Botrix, under widgets, spectator count. And then you can do it for whatever platform you're on Kick. So I have them for every platform that I stream on. So yeah, that's why I like Botrix, but there's some things that it can't do. So I have Stream Elements for Twitch because it can do emotes and other things. No worries. I'm glad I found it because yeah, that it took me a while to set it up. And the way I have it set up, I don't know why, but whatever one I used, the Twitch and YouTube view counters are combined, and then the Kick counter is separate. That's why the Kick counter has a black background. I don't know how to make it clear. I never figured it out. I just left it there because I thought it would be, you know, whatever. It is what it is. But yeah, I thought that was just a cool little additive to the stream. I'm always trying, at every point in time, trying to add new things to the stream, whether that be like yesterday we did this. This is what I was talking about earlier. You can create a story by doing exclamation point fantasy. Well, at least it's working, and that's what matters. True. Toxication has dropped an idea into the think tank. A prince discover mysterious plague, stop lost sorcerer. Perfect. Alright. So we almost have the Pandora's box that we got yesterday. So prince of a great kingdom. Underneath it, in the ruins of the labyrinth of that kingdom, there's a mysterious hole in the ground. And from this hole, this plague is reaping across the kingdom, first killing the king. And that's what caused the prince to get involved. and then the prince finds out that it's a portal to another dimension, and a lost sorcerer who was like 500 years ago in the old regime before the loss of magic was, concealed to this area in magic, and now it's like this clash between magic and technological world where this sorcerer has come to reap his vengeance upon the world, and the prince must stop him. There you go. Write that story. Yeah, I know. I want to do one for so it's going to be like a 3 to 4 stage process where it's like you do genre, it picks the genre, and then you do the genre, and then it picks the story, and then you pick the subject, which is usually the protagonist, and that'll give you a perspective and a series of events. And then you have basically an entire storyboard lined up for a story. Yeah. So we implemented that one yesterday. So on my weekend, which would be Thursday and Friday, I went through Grok and I got it to basically pull up all the genres and everything. So we have all of the non-fiction genres, fiction genres, and then we go into all the plot lines. So it basically gave me 10 plots, and then no, that's sci-fi because I went through a bunch of them. Romance, historical. This one, yeah. So I took all of these, the S, the V, the O. I got rid of the conjunctions and the adverbs, and I kind of just replaced everything with a subject, a verb, or a subject, an adjective, a verb, an object, an adjective, a noun, and then another adjective into a object. So it's X person finds, or X person, X happens with X for X, and then you can extrapolate from there. But I just thought it would be an easy way to create all of these different commands, because I love interacting with the chat, and the chat, making stories and stuff like that. So it's all about the idea of creation and the power of imagination and spreading your ideas. And if you ever have writer's block, you just throw out a story, and there you go, write about it. And I was going to read this, Sean. Sorry, I didn't. I'm really distracted today. They're still trying to make a space elevator. I feel they're trying it backwards. I think we need to build a ring around the Earth and build the elevators downward through the planet's atmosphere, then only go down to a level at which small jets can reach, and have airports in the sky to transfer out of the atmosphere. Yes! I've never heard anyone say that. That's my idea. You fucking stole my idea, you bastard. How dare you? No, I'm so glad you said that. Yeah, true. If you hadn't said that, I would have said that. When you were talking about the space elevator, it's the only way to build a space elevator is top down. You don't build from the ground fucking up. You build from the up down. Terribly sorry to raid and run, but I need to lie down. Hope you have a good stream. No worries, Fat Catfish Hexen, thank you for the raid. Always feel free to raid and run. I do it all the time. I try not to, but it happens. It's literally 3 in the morning for me. It's 2:30 in the morning, so it's between work and streaming, I have 2 to 3 hours after work, and then 4 to 5 hours to sleep before work. So it's I try to end early so I can at least get 10 minutes in with someone that I've raided, so I don't feel I'm always just raiding and running, but it is what it is. I totally understand, so have at her. Great minds think alike, and so do pathetic ones, which we are. Only others can decide while we ignore them and continue to think we're great. True, Sean, true. That's why the only person who's at fault is the one who's tied so much to an idea that they're willing to sacrifice the physical world in some way, shape, or form, or that enacts some way in the physical form. It's at that point, it's the cutoff, right? I always think that I'm the one who's retarded, because I know half the time I am the one who's... Oh, it doesn't work on there like it does on here. Because it's banned. Because Better TTV is like, no, you're not allowed to goon, and you're not allowed to tard. Even though like they're allowed technically, but they don't show up on screen. Whoops. But they let this one through. Always good for that. Smallest person in the world is the person who knows they know nothing. In my opinion, the smartest man in the world is the one who says, ma'am. I always know there's more to know. So I know that I don't know everything, but I know that I have enough to understand that I don't know enough. The problem with people is they think that they know. It's like, if you think that you know, you've already set yourself up for failure, because no one knows. Everyone just pretends that they know, and that's how you get through life. And that's how that's the history of any animal in any species ever, as far as we know, is you just trying to get through life, and whatever gets you through life is what you do that gets you through life. And some people have different perspectives on that, and sometimes they don't agree on things, and that causes conflict. Which is kind of leads us back to revolutions. And even if one side justifies it, even some of the adventurers in Husai are like, yeah, I can kind of understand where they're coming from, but, you know, it's kind of an extreme thing to do. Whereas even adventurers are like, this is really fucked up, man. Like, literally, like, people are cut off from their families and stuff like that. Like, no adventurer ever allowed to go back in the tree on punishment of death? Which means, like, any supplies, anything, and no one can leave the tree either. It's like a martial law lockdown voted for by the citizens to remove everyone from the tree and keep them out, because they're scared as fuck that the beastmen are going to come and basically rape and pillage the tree. Even though the beastmen aren't like that, but it's like propaganda spread throughout the tree for them to believe that. So they are extremely, in their own minds, justified in what they did to Zaid.
Panic and questions why she did so.
You did what you thought was right.
Must have been out of my mind.
True!
Is that what you really think, or is that what they want you to?
In this scene, Evie acted on instinct, or human nature, but she didn't take the course of action that would be motivated by fear of death. After all, attacking a cop could get her killed. She instead took action for a reason she can't quite specify. It is here that the film first offers that something other than fear of death can be closer to the heart of human nature, and the rest of the movie centers largely around Evie's transition from fearful to fearless.
You said you wanted to live without fear. And that's so you found something that mattered more to you in life. Because when they threatened to kill you unless you gave them what they wanted, you told them you'd rather die.
True!
The film reaches its climax when the populace goes through much the same transformation as Evie, from fearful to fearless. Faced with armed men, they march on Parliament in hopes of pursuing something more fundamental than just their life. This being the case, McTeague offers the audience a question. What is left to justify the government's power? The government
and like the question we're asking in our book is, even though the most extreme events happened out of a scenario, let's say, doesn't mean that a reaction of the exact opposite won't happen. So, like we were saying earlier, like, this is almost like the shift of political power is like, it slowly leans to the left, slowly leans to the right a little bit more. And then because of that, right has to offset left. And then, oh shit, now we're teetering. Holy fuck, we're off the rails, boys. Oh goddamn, what's bad now? And, like, we're, like, here. Like, way the fuck off the rails. And that's just because of the continuous trying to readjust by the people what they believe should be the normals based upon the like, failings of the previous generation. So it's like they're continuously trying to build on it, but they keep overcorrecting and wind up derailing themselves. And the question is it better to be in an oppressed good place where it's like all your needs are provided for, you don't need to worry about anything, but there's no feeling for progression. There's no feeling for, like, the only thing they really have is science, and the last bastion of science is light and illusion magic. And they've tried for like 150 years, and even Husai himself spent 20 years of his life trying to figure out this magic, because he's the only person that knows it exists, because he's a human, but everyone sees him as an octopi. And he's the only human in the book. He's the only human that exists, and he doesn't know why. So he's like, illusion magic has to exist, so I'll figure out the secret to it, because it's obviously exists, because this ain't what I look like. I'll tell you that for sure. Like, shit, buddy. And that leads into the people themselves being like, well, we've gotten to this point that we've conspiracied ourselves into believing that our only security were the adventurers. And when that security fell apart, the only thing they had left to turn to was their previous security, which was the monarch. And they turned to it and they said, we don't want this shit, get them out. And he said, all right, boys, let's do it. Party politics is the problem. People were voting through the device on the laws and motions themselves directly without knowing who is proposing the law or motion. I believe that most often good choices will be made. Silence the officials entirely. True, and we have the technology to make that happen. We have had, like, what do you think is more secure? Your vote or your banking? We have online banking. We don't have online voting. We should have had, like, the internet. The first thing the government should have done when it saw the internet was the potential, like, if in my opinion, this is what I've always thought, if there were good people in the government and they wanted the best thing for their people, which means they were always looking for the next best technological advancement to get their people ahead of the rest of the people in the world and put themselves on top. So why wouldn't you, with the knowledge of the internet, your first and, like, only thing is, oh shit, we have a network that can connect everyone and everyone can be together? Well, we don't need representative government anymore. Like, not on that scale. Every single person can easily, by easy click over this internet, all we have to do is build the infrastructure for people to be able to go on to this and put out their opinions. And then everyone can vote on stuff. And it would have been like Reddit in like 92. But it would have been completely about politics and government and not any oversight. So it'd be like the idea of like upvoting. Someone poses a law, and depending upon how many upvotes it gets by people, then it becomes more popular, gets more upvotes, and then, you know, people have their speculation, and at a certain volume, it's voted for. And if someone decides that they want to change that volume, they can rewrite a law. And as long as that law becomes popular enough by people, it gets enacted. We could have been doing this for 30 fucking years if people had had the insight for that. And I believe people that are intelligent enough to run a country should have fucking had the insight for this. But you know where their insight went. You know where all of their fucking insight went. Military application. That was the only thing they thought of. Military application. How do we weaponize this? And that, I think, is a split path of, given the type of person who seeks power, the inevitability of someone who seeks power is to keep power. So I think by seeking power itself should exclude you from being a politician. So I like the idea of silence in the background, proposing your ideas. Can't see people having high trust in such a system. Reddit, as a comparison, is full of astroturfing. And I believe, Levi, it would eventually get to that point. But most of that is, imagine Reddit without moderators. Completely unmoderated. I think Reddit would be an absolutely, completely fucking different place. Like, I'm banned on short stories because they thought my stories were AI. How many people made a joke and got banned off of Reddit? Like, true, right? It would need to be wired, though, a separate wired network solely for voting, unhackable due to lack of exterior network connections. Sean, but that's kind of the whole point of what I'm saying here, is when the internet first came out, no one really knew what to do with the internet as far as the public went, right? They're like, okay, it can connect on a bunch of things, but there were no websites. There was nothing to do on the internet. It was just the idea that computers could connect with every other computer. They're like, okay, I don't really know how that helps us, but okay. They didn't have the vision to see down the road what it could be, except for military application. And the government went for military application instead of making it the sole infrastructure and reason and meaning for the internet. The only reason the internet exists is for voting. Imagine if that was the basis, and then everything branched out from that. But the central idea of what the internet was it was for voting. Making sure that your voice was heard by everyone. And I think that plays off of the intentions of the people that had the knowledge of the technology at the time and being in a position and intelligence of running a fucking country. You have two roads that you can go down, and they chose the military road. And not just this is a human nature thing, right? Every single country chose militarization. Not a single country in the world saw the internet and created infrastructure for it to facilitate their government, to facilitate voting, to facilitate a democracy. I do not believe there is a single country in the world that one of their leaders went, this interconnectedness, maybe we should use it for our people to have their voices heard. I think that speaks a lot to human nature and the nature of people that seek that kind of power. And, the absolute power corrupts absolutely. But you have to remember the absolute part. And when you're at that point, it probably does feel like absolute power. And even, taking Trump as an example, look at what he tried to do in 2016 and was unable to accomplish. And then look at what he can do now because he has other people on his side. Before it was like, I'm the president, I can do what I want. And everyone's like, no, you can't. Now he's like, I'm the president, I can do what you want. And everyone's like, yes. You can vote online in Estonia, though it's still a representative democracy, not a direct one. Okay, I did not know that, Levi. Thank you for clarifying, because I've never actually looked it up, if there is. But what I'm saying is, there was no country in 1990 that looked at the internet and said, voting. That's what it's for. It's for people to get their voice out. That's all we're going to use it for. It's for voting. Fuck everything else. It's for voting. And to be fair, probably if they did, this is a good clause because people are fucking... Wizard's first rule. People are stupid. They'll believe what they want. Apple literally brought out a tablet 10 years too early. It was too much of a jump in technology. People did not understand. Just like the internet. If you want to watch a really, really, really good movie that's on this topic, if you haven't seen this movie, you should check it out. It is about the creators of internet porn. And the idea that internet porn is what literally started the internet. Because it's what got people on the internet. It's what got people the idea to connect with other people on the internet. And slowly over time, it aggregated into what it is now. A fucking amazing movie. Voting is dependent on public trust, and people probably wouldn't trust the internet for it. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying is people will fight back, Levi. That's what I was getting at with the Apple example on the tablet. Is people are simply just not ready for it. Technology literally advanced so fast that it stunned people. People have no fucking idea what technology could even do. And now with AI, people are getting like the tiniest grasp. And it scares the fuck out of them. Because they don't trust or understand the basis of the application. Which is, at the end of the day, nothing you see on the internet is real. If you don't have that as a base mindset, I don't think you should be on the internet. I think if we took everyone off of the internet that believed what was on the internet was real, the internet would be a better place. Because I think of it, like I was saying earlier, about how people act in different aspects due to different etiquette, right? Like, in church, you have a specific type of etiquette. When you're with your friends bantering and you're making racist jokes back and forth at each other, because it's not racist, because it's funny, because stereotypes do exist, and humor is great. And one of my favorite examples of this is a comedian, and she's like, so I'm not racist or anything, but, I was, like, walking down the street at night, and, I was like, there's some things about stereotypes, and I saw a black guy, and I instinctively grabbed for my purse, even though I know he's not for sale. But he stole my purse anyways. And it's like hyping up this expectation and then completely throwing the expectation out the door and going way beyond that expectation to a point that only someone on the absolute extreme would think. And if you can make humor out of that, regarding not believing what you read on the internet, I posted something in the Discord. Ooh. Have you ever posted something that you don't even understand? Yeah, because it was pretty or pleasing to the eye for some reason. I almost exclusively post content that I do not understand. Occasionally, no. Why would I post something I didn't understand? Yeah, because I wanted people to think I was hip and on the joke, but I really did not get it at all. It's so good, Levi. I fucking love that. It's so true. It's like some people will completely ignore reality and just go apeshit over something, like escalating something to a point that no one would ever even think about. Like, okay, a perfect example for me is when I'm doing makeup streams and I'm doing dress up streams and I'm doing like bikini hot tub stream, whatever, spicy streams, and people come in and they're all like, how do I say this? Not a single person has ever said, oh, are you a cross-dresser? Every single person's like, oh, are you trans? Oh, cool, you're trans. You're trans? You're trans? I'm like, no, I'm just cross-dresser. I just enjoy feeling beautiful. I like putting on makeup. I like dressing up. Yeah. Doesn't mean shit. And it's like people's expectation towards a certain stereotype. Technically, yes, Levi, but people nowadays have taken it to such an extreme. It's like you can't even say that, right? Like, I'm a femboy. I mean, I'm bi, but I'm not gay. I'm just flamboyant and, I like the D. And I like to dress up. I like to feel pretty. But everyone's like, no, the only, it's like so concentrated in culture on the tea that no one even considers the other sides of it. And it's like, I absolutely love it because it's hilarious. Because they're like, and I just don't know what to say. I'm like, yeah, I'm not trans. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. Not a girl. I'm not a girl. Don't worry. Okay? I hate when readers find one thing about a story they don't like and instantly claim the whole work is trash, such as Slaves, because slaves exist in the story doesn't make the story about slavery. Plus, if slavery is the topic, it's either a story about how wrong it is or the struggle to end it. True, Django Unchained. True. It's perspective of people that can't extrapolate. Again, people that can't extrapolate beyond their own physical limitations of their imagination. Which just brings us back to having conversations with people that have high enough IQ to understand where the hypothetical is. And hypothetically, we're not going to get through this video.
Supposedly becomes legitimate because it can ensure the protection of the most base and instinctual human concern. The thing at the bottom of the pyramid that all of the things...
And now all of a sudden I have to add another caveat in here. What if there are people who believe that the monarch would intentionally not protect them? Oh shit, now we're cooking.
On top of it rely on. Hobbes thought that this was security of life, but the film posits that people can put liberal rights and ideas before self-preservation. If this is so, then Sutler's regime no longer protects the most fundamental principle, and the High Chancellor's authority lacks basis. The bottom of the pyramid is lost, and all the rest with it. Under this model of thought, V's revolution becomes justified because the state of nature has become preferable to having the state. This is because fear of death is no longer the governing principle of human action. It is liberty. There is the opportunity for freedom of speech, freedom of action, freedom of religion.
Oh, and I will say, Sean, taking that idea to the next extreme is people that can't see past a person to an idea. Like you said, like one part of the story, it has this aspect in it, and simply because that aspect exists, it's bad. Like, to a lot of people, I'd give the example of Final Fantasy 16, and, like, what's the character's name? I can't remember. But, Bahamut. Bahamut being gay. It's, like, has absolutely no impact, has absolutely nothing to do with it. It's just, like, a story measure. A creative decision. And it was just blown so far out of proportion. And it's like, are you fucking serious? Like, what? Okay. And to the point that, like, Square Enix... Wait, they didn't sell it in the Middle East because it had that character in it. They just said, okay, you don't want the game, don't take the game. Austrian economics would have a good answer to this. People naturally try to maximize good, so a loss of security would be acceptable if you gain some other good. Talking about the video here. Oh, yes, and their perspective towards how they view it. So, like, for instance, the idea of a violent revolution to oust the government in order to place your own government in order to facilitate the continuation of what you believed to be a democracy. And a transition of power through a violent means.
In the state of nature. Even if there...
And it's like, that's what pushes people to that extreme. Because it's like, if I have to do this extreme thing, so my basic life is actually becomes viable, then people will do it. True. True. People sacrifice security for material goods all the time. Think of burglars. Exactly. They have a risk-reward structure that they are basically, hopefully, logicking out in their head, and they're not just retarded, but, like, if they are, they're usually, like for instance, the people in whatever city it was where it was like, they're like, oh, if you don't steal $1,000, then we can't charge you. So people are just, like, stealing shit from stores because as long as they don't steal $1,000 worth, they basically can't stop them. And I've had, like, a little bit of this. Like, I have this all the fucking time. I had this tonight. So fucking stupid and it's so fucking dumb, but it's like someone comes into the store. I work at Walmart. I'm a cashier and as well as customer service. Today I was customer service. And guy comes in, fucking typical. 9:50, we close at 10. Takes a cart. Walks around the store for 10 minutes. When we kick him out of the store, he beeps. And we're not allowed to search him. We know he took something. He's fucking beeping. He wasn't beeping when he was coming in here. But we're not allowed to do anything. We see people go out with entire carts. And it's like, we fucking can't do anything. It's like, at what point do you need to hire actual security guard? Like, it's fucking bad. Especially with self-checkout, too. Working in self-checkout. Like, it's fucking retarded. It's fucking retarded. And all we need is, like, replace the greeter with a fucking security guard. Pay him, like, $40 an hour. And actually have him have, like, petition to give Scotty a gun. I'm Canadian. I'm not even American. Like, I don't own a gun. We don't have the same rights here in Canada, like, frickin', like, for instance, like, some place like Texas. It's like, some places have that kind of stuff, but as far as I know, nothing around here, like, is, like, stand your ground. Like, you can win cases with it, sure, but it's not, like, an immediate, where it's like, oh, this is your defense, stand your ground. It's like, no. But, hunting is fucking huge out here, though. Because I live in the middle of fucking nowhere. Half the people here get half of their food from just hunting. And, so everyone's got guns around here. But, yeah. Just like a security guard with a taser. And they're the same people doing it over and over and over again. At what point, it's like, okay, that's the 10th time. Like, we've literally got posters on the wall of fucking people. Like, if you see this person, like, we got a book in the back. It's like, if you see this person, basically we do what's called, like, a camera check. And we'll be like, camera check, camera 4, camera 7. And it's random. We just do that to alert the assistant managers that there's someone in the building who's on that list. And is probably going to steal something. So then you'll see, like, all the managers come out and start walking around the store looking for this person to, like, shadow them. And, like, some people have caught on. And, like, as soon as you make the announcement, they'll go like this. And they'll turn around and they'll leave the store. Immediately. Other people have no fucking idea, and we catch them all the time. But again, if they have, like, a backpack and we don't tell them to take the backpack off or they can't leave because we don't have a greeter up, they go into the store with the backpack, they put something in their backpack, we can't search it. It's all shrink. It's fucking bullshit. It pisses me off so much.
But that doesn't matter, because these liberal ideas have replaced security of life at the bottom of the pyramid. But these revolutions are still not wholly justified, because we're left with a bit of an odd situation. If whether things like freedom of speech and action are protected by the government can determine when a revolution becomes justified, at what point does this right of revolution truly kick in?
True.
Can you, the ordinary citizen, for example, start blowing up the Empire State Building because you don't believe the government has the right to give you a parking ticket?
At what point in time do people start blowing up Teslas because Elon is doing some shit in the government? Like, the ties to reality here are fucking scary when put into perspective.
I mean, it depends on the parking. No, but really. The obvious issue is that
but January 7th
person in society decide whether
or
the government
January
is
6th. It was October 7th.
Then it'll lead to an unending series of tiny rebellions and social instability, and we're back to square one.
Don't blow up Teslas. They're too toxic. Yeah, exactly right.
Philosophical issue.
And it's really going to happen, isn't it?
It will if you wanted to. And the truth is, you made me understand that I was wrong. That the choice to pull this lever is not mine to make. Tomorrow a different world will begin that different people will shape. And this choice belongs to them.
Throughout the movie, we come to see that Via's not just motivated by the justice and these higher ideas that he talks about, but by anger and revenge against those who wronged him. In Pauline Meyer's study, From Resistance to Revolution, she wrote, private individuals were forbidden to take force against their rulers because of private injury.
My favorite conspiracy theory is that the Tesla arson attacks are a false flag to cover up the fact the Teslas just do that sometimes. You mean, let me see if I can find one.
Tesla is investigating this fiery explosion in Shanghai. It appears to show a Model S bursting into flames in a parking lot in that city. No injuries reported. Tesla did not confirm any of those details, but it did send a team to the site.
I have been watching this shit from, let's go to, where is it? Where is it? Okay, I can't find it on there. I'm dumb. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7 videos about EVs exploding in China. Somewhere in those videos. That is crazy. They explode all the fucking time. It's true. The E in EV stands for explosive. I've actually seen a Cybertruck. It looks like a 5-year-old drew their best attempt at a car and it became real. So ugly. They're blaming aftermarket tech from China, I bet. I don't know, but like the Chinese ones, like the Chinese batteries, like even like scooters and motorbikes and shit like that will just explode. Just randomly explode. But then again, anything in China explodes. Like a shit ton of stuff in China explodes. You just don't hear about it. And I mean, a shit ton of, like, this happens all the time in, like, everywhere else too, right? Just not to such an extreme. But then you look at the population difference, and it's like you scale that. Yeah. It's, interesting to think about, though.
Not just a few individuals, but the body of the people had to feel concerned before the right of revolution was justified, indicating a broad consensus involving all ranks of society. V acknowledges that merely personal grievances against the Norse fire regime do not justify revolution. Galvanizing the population was originally a practical thing for the success of his plan, but it later became clear it was also what gave it legitimacy. Evie Hammond, being the representative of
India could beat them, but they don't tend to own cars at all, let alone EVs. True. They're like, as far as I know, the infrastructure in India is extremely low, and that's one of the main reasons why like bikes and like scooters and like stuff like that, like smaller type stuff, like side mobiles, whatever the hell they're called, with the side things on them, side carts and shit like that. Like, that is, like, insanely popular in India because a lot of the roads are, like, basically like dirt roads, right? Tuk-tuks. Hey, Scotty, looking bonita today. Eggy, welcome, welcome. Yes, we had a Easter event at work today, so I got Easter bunny ears. Pronounced like tuk-tuk. Tuk-tuk. Yeah. Those like scooter things? The three wheel scooters? Yes. These things. See them all the fucking time. Same in China too. Like, a lot of rural China is, like, all of this. Then you have, like, the cart on the back.
Of the British public undergoing a change of heart at the same time she was, had to be the one to pull the lever. a symbolic act that changed razing Parliament to the ground from a personal terrorist act of V's grievance to a principled and justified revolution. It is a collective right, not an individual. So if you're planning...
Don't always hear you're Canadian, but could when you said scooter. Scooter. Yeah, there's some words that, like, literally, I've never been outside of Canada. So, like, this is, like, interacting with people in video games is different because you're using, like, the lingo from that video game. So most of the time, even in, like, Final Fantasy 11 and Final Fantasy 14, even with people playing, like, from Saudi Arabia and Dubai and shit like that, like, from China, from frickin' Europe, from freaking everywhere, right? From Australia and stuff. You never notice their accents. Because, like, I hear all those accents every day in, like, different people, right? So it's like, I don't know. Saying those certain words that you would, I guess, pick out, you never really do because they hum together when you're talking in, like, video game language, you know? Even when you're on, like, voice chat. And most of the time that's, like, for event kind of stuff. At least for me. Never really did the socializing on that aspect. But that's because I know I talk and I tangent and I talk over people and it's bad. So as long as I'm the only one who can talk, it's good. So yeah, apparently streaming's perfect.
To overthrow your government, how do you justify...
Don't often hear anyone say Bahamut. They say it as Bahamut. Though I think the first is technically correct.
Bahamut.
But think about this in context. In context, Bahamut, to me, is actually a Japanese word. Because it comes from Final Fantasy. And, like, the way you pronounce vowels in Japanese is a, I, U, E, O. So, Bahamut is U. Because that's how U is pronounced in Japanese. Bahamut. What you trying to achieve today? Eggy, today the achievement was getting through 3 videos. You did the O wrong. You pronounced it like O. Not Bahamut. U. Or Bahamut. If I go with, like, the normalized version, like westernized version of it, right? I'm going through to Japanese vowels. A, I, U, E, O. Maybe I just pronounced the O wrong? Ho, ha, hi, hu, he, ho, ka, ki, ku, ke, ko, sa, shi, su, se, so. But is O right, or is that wrong? I played Mount and Blade yesterday for the first time. Yesterday, that shit is like crack. Nice! I heard good things about Mount and Blade. But, I mean, we tend not to get enough time to do anything because we frickin' spend the entire time talking to chat. You're doing it as an O, but it should be O, like the A in call. A, I, U, E, A? But that's like ka, sa, ka. Accent mismatch for call? The way I'd say call? Like call? So like Well, then it's like It's like e, e, u, e, u, e, o. I, u, o. Ka, ki, ku, ka, ko. Port. Port. Po, o, o. Isn't that what I'm saying? Oh! That's O! Levi got Scotty scatting Japanese and not in a sexy way.
AIUEO.
You goofed it when moving away from the word port. 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 Ort. Ort. Or. Oh. 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 That's the same sound! Oh. Oh. But saying it like normally is like, oh. TTS is not gonna do it right. Oh, I know. I was just fucking around. Oh, like that's what I get out of it. That's what I get out of port. Or, oh, 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 oh. And then I just get oh. E, U, E, O. Is that better? I don't know. I can't tell anymore.
Revolution. V for Vendetta asserts that it is not human nature to place fear of death above all else, but that humans are capable of desiring.
That's just an accent! No. Homo. He's just saying it so fast! Ha, he, fu, he, ho. Ma, mi, mu, me, mo. Ya, you, yo. Ra, ri, ru, re, ro. Wa, wo, We didn't drop the nukes just to learn Japanese 50 years later. Okay, how about this? That's not what I want. I want this. No, that's not what I want. I want this. Speed. 0.5. Let's try it at 0.5 speed. Fu, he, ho. Mo, ya, you, yo, ra, ri, ru, re, ro, wa, wa, I don't see. I'm sorry, Levi. I don't see the difference. I don't hear it, and I don't see it. It's just oh, and then a long O is like OU is like oh, like oh. You do the vowel right for yo, but not for ho. Yo, ho, yo, yo, ho, 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 ho, yo, ho, yo, you, ya, you, yo, ya, you, yo. I think it might just be an accent thing. I don't know.
More. If these things are more important to us than self-preservation,
I don't know how to change it.
The latter, but not the former, becomes illegitimate.
I have a Japanese import that screams at me in Japanese.
Has become preferable to that with the government. However, this is not an individual right.
Never mind all this. We should stream together tomorrow so I can use my voice to tell you it. True, Levi.
V's
true.
revolution was not won on any battlefield. But
the other day I turned
A legitimate
on, and it
revolution
wished me
requires
happy
each
April
and
Fool's
every
Day.
individual to say,
But it's the same 5 vowel
Well,
system
that was something that I've
as
wanted to do
Maori.
for a long time, and after I made my first video essay on Zahir's philosophy from Avatar, and if you haven't watched that, please go check it out, I had such a really positive response. Like, all the comments, it just made me so happy. So I really wanted to make another one, even though it terrifies me when I make these, because I'm always afraid I'm going to get it horribly wrong. But if you enjoyed it, please support me with a like, and let me know what you thought of the essay down in the comments below. So V is traditionally renowned as the paragon of the chaotic good character. So my question for you today is, what alignment are you? Lawful good, chaotic evil, true neutral? Let me know down in the comments below.
I'm chaotic good.
Weird is because it is my very
100%
first time
chaotic
ever
good.
using my new GoPro. I figured that now that I have like 62,000 subscribers, and I've made
Maori
over 140
complaining
videos,
about
it was about
colonization
time for me
after
to stop using this
colonizing themselves
$150
like
camera and
150
get me
years
something
before.
a little bit better. I got a new camera, a new tripod, and I use this new microphone, and I've been teaching myself how to use audio editing
Hey, is that a
software,
Blue
so
Yeti? That's
hopefully
what I
this video
have.
sounded better than my previous one. V for Vendetta has always held a special place in cinematic
Except mine's
history
black.
for me. Not because the story of it is particularly unique. You know, the idea of a masked man going on a vengeful,
what?
justified quest against a tyrannical government or whatever isn't a particularly new one. But it is full of meaning and symbols and philosophy, and as someone who loves analyzing and learning about that sort of thing,
I bet it is.
It holds a
I
special
don't know.
place in my heart. In the meantime, if you liked my work, please consider supporting me on Patreon, and then come follow me on Twitter, Wattpad, Facebook, email me stuff you've made, or send me stuff from the address and links in the description.
Alright guys, we got
Stay
15
nerdy,
minutes. We're gonna have to
sub-furies,
pump
and
out
I'll
some
see you
stories here.
in the future.
Because we're not gonna get through another video. Unfortunately. But it's a good thing, because that just means there's more videos. My mic is falling. Is that better? Okay, I think that's good. Sometimes it just takes some muscle memory to put it back in place, because it's like not angled right. It literally just like slowly arcs on its own weight. Gonna email him an exe called File Wipe. Oh man. So yeah, let's find a story. We will come back to those. We will come back to that. And as far as like our justifications for the reasons for the tree feeling it's justified in its revolution, I think we passed. No, what am I doing? I'm an idiot. I don't know why I was thinking that. React notes. There we go. That's what we want. Boom. Okay. Now we need... Let's see here. What short stories? Remember, most of these videos are 5 or 6 years old. I just really like this series. Okay, not that one. This one. Okay, so we did this one yesterday. Where did we do this one? Wait, that's the same one. I'm an idiot. Dance. Desert Lights. Yeah, okay, and we did this one yesterday. Has dropped... Eggy Mayo 69 has dropped an idea into the think tank. A kingdom steel magical sword stop ancient evil. Nice. Good premise. Have we done ethics of influence? Hold on. Yes, we have. Okay, so that one's done. This one's done. Oh, this one's perfect because we were talking about this earlier. So we could do Seth. And we were talking about this too. Okay, we got 2 good stories, and then we're gonna have to end the stream. Sadly, I work early, so I really got to get up. So normally, we would do, for those that are new, we would normally do between like 5 to 7 to 8 plus hours, but because I work early and we're on like a 5-day run of like less than 5 hours of sleep, because we've been going longer on the stream than we should have. And yesterday was an example of that. We had like 3 hours or like 2.5 hours of sleep last night. It was bad. I fell asleep at work today. It was okay. Shit happens. But yeah, normally we go longer. Yesterday went way over because of the raid, thanks to Hellish Mist, and just having the interaction with Sean. I didn't want to get off, and I was like, I will sacrifice my sleep for this, simply because this is way more entertaining and just a great time. Your chat was popping off yesterday. Exactly. So if I'd had ended at 3 hours, I don't even know if I would have gone long enough for the raid to happen. And it's like, so I'm always thinking to myself, I'm like, every minute that I'm offline is a minute that I'm not influencing people to watch my stream. Concept I wrote myself. Samus Aran from Metroid finally dies, but since her tech is soul-based, when she is reincarnated as Aranius with no memories, her tech follows her. When it activates in a crisis, the armor and weapon takes form that makes sense to the young girl. Plate mail, crossbow bolts, etc. Nice. That feels like that's a inspired concept from the Figure 17 that you were talking about yesterday. Like the and expanded with the idea of like the lore of Metroid and like combining those ideas into your own kind of lore. I love doing that. Because like Brandon Sanderson says, best authors steal ideas. Because there's no such thing as an original idea, and no one owns an idea. It's all about presentation. Yeah, man. Frickin' great minds think alike. Which is why I don't think like anyone. I'm just terrible at combat writings. Anyone who wants to play with that one, feel free to run with it. That makes me want to do the end of read you the end of chapter 1. The most intense battle scene I've ever written. But we'll have to do that another time. I've read that story so many times. People are probably like tired of it. The first chapter. But if you want to read it, actually, if you want to read it, here's the Google Docs if you want to read the chapter 1. Honor Harrington series says great naval. Oh my. True, brother. True. We are totally twinning. Oh my fucking god. I absolutely love this fucking series. It's so good. I love the technical in-depthness of it. It's so well done. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. That's insane. That's fucking insane. I love it. Okay, so we gotta see if this story is better than the other one that we read yesterday. So, Alexis Carew series is great too. Can't recall the author's name, just now. But the first book is Into the Dark. Never heard of it. Although the last episode we were watching yesterday of the Reacts mentioned something that I never thought I'd hear. The Dresden Files. Welcome back, Valiant Boy. Valiant Boy, I'm telling you right now, don't get fucking amnesia. I'm calling it out. You just said, hey, back bros, sorry, try hard GU. So don't tell me I didn't acknowledge you in 10 minutes. Because you keep doing that. CB is cool but nostalgic. Chain. Charge Blade. Okay, here we go. We, as Seth, the entity of consciousness beyond time and space, find ourselves intrigued by the vibrations of human minds, particularly those of a secluded military installation in the Nevada desert, known to them as Area 51. It is the year 1943, a period where the world is wrapped in war yet seeks to understand the cosmos. Here we sense a confluence of energies, curiosity, despair, and a deep-seated hunger for the truths that transcend human comprehension.
Na allergid LMAO all is fine. I am just saying sorry if you talk to me, maybe, because I was not here XD.
Desire to derail the stream by trolling Valium. True.
Valium AFK Moto. I've saw enough.
True, Valium Boy. I believe in you. Our essence, not confined by physical form, but expressed through luminous orbs, descends upon this place. We are not mere light, we are consciousness, an all-encompassing awareness akin to the Seth of Jane Roberts' material. Here to guide rather than to dominate, our arrival is marked by a silence that precedes revelation. Our light pierced the night, not with malice, but with the intent to illuminate. Within the confines of steel and concrete, we encounter Dr. Samuel Harrow and Edgar Voss. The laughter,
Is this
thin
your story,
veneer
Scotty?
over the... No, I'm starting to think the other one was, but...
Eggy's back, he bring a whole bag
'Kay.
of kids XD.
This is like almost exactly the same as the other one, so I don't know why they're both this different. I know we did like 5 different stories around orbs around Area 51, but those are literally the exact same names, and literally the exact same names here too. So I think all of those are just the same. Where's the one that's the guys talking in the diner? Where's the one where it's the guys talking in the diner?
You were good, Eggoat?
Oh, we did the pumpkin carriage affair. We did the avian monk. Okay, that's a ship one. Okay, here's an Area 51 one. But that's not what we want. Yes! Okay, it's this one. It's this one. This is the one.
Supermon Pote.
The Shattering Chorus. Oh, I don't think we need this.
That's so beautiful.
What did I miss? I wrote the start of a story for my senior project called Through the Rift. Guy is a guard at a military station protecting the rift through which nothing has ever returned. His radio goes off warning him about an attack, and during the attack, he himself falls through the rift. Nice. Okay, you guys are talking in French. The world on the other side is broken into sections of random sizes and luminescent barriers, keeping weather contained, but also people to travel between them. Each section is radically different. Think Fantasia from Never Ending Story. Oh, cool. Turns out the exit portal moves randomly at intervals. Ooh, I like it. Day 45 of waiting to see a Toxis portal. True! True! It'll be another 45 days. Okay, here we go. Finally, we're at the end. Alright, let's do this. Story of the day. Here we go. You guys ready for this shit? I swear to God, Valiant Boy, if you ruin this... Don't ask him to do it, Eggy. I swear. In the gloaming of a forsaken back road, where the asphalt sprawled like a widow's abandoned loom, there lay a puddle, a solitary sentinel amid the desolation. It was March 2004, and dusk unfurled its sable veil over the earth. A shroud stitched with the whispers of twilight. The puddle, cradled in a pothole's jagged embrace, trembled with the day's fleeting warmth.
So satisfying, my Twitch is better.
Thanks, Valiant Boy. Congratulations. You're getting used to Twitch. Now start streaming, damn it, Valiant Boy. Okay, this isn't the right story. I'm an idiot. This is a completely different story. I don't know where the other one is. This is the puddle one. This is the one of the difference between water. This one's kind of irrelevant. 5 mins, no TTS at Valiant Boy. Yes, Valiant Boy. Okay, sure, cool. Yes. Love to see it. A little bit. I started editing photo. Nice. Can't really tell, but okay. Is there like one underneath all of these? Okay. What is with asterisk? Yeah, I'm not quite sure about this. Okay, is Valiant Boy done with his shit? Can I do this now? It was March 2004, and dusk unfurled its sable veil over the earth. A shroud stitched with the whispers of twilight. The puddle, cradled in the pothole's jagged embrace, trembled with the day's fleeting warmth, its melted heart pulsing beneath a crust of frost. The outer reaches, brittle as the bones of the forgotten promises, stretched toward one another, yearning to bridge the
Hitox
chasm.
don't care about what you talking. Valium Boy, you're an asshole X. He tells you on 1,000 languages.
No, I'm goading Valiant Boy into using TTS so I can't finish the story, so thus I can't finish the stream, so thus we stream longer. Fuck that bot. I agree, Valiant Boy. All she knows how to do is...
1A, 2A, 3A, 1A, 2A, 3A, 1A, 2A, 3A.
And it just sends, it's just like a Protoss, it just sends their entire army in. It's like, fuck you. I made 12 Lings, but he made 12 Zealots. I think 12 Zealots beats 12 Lings. Fuck. That's what you get, Valium boy. That's what you fucking get. You deserve that, Valium boy. Oh my god, it's so good.
Elmo 2% writing talent. I am proud of you, Valium X.
It's an improvement from the 1%. Oh my god.
Valium's extinction species.
True. True. Oh my god. Okay. The outer reaches, brittle as the bones of forgotten promises, stretched toward one another, yearning to bridge the chasm that divided them. Like estranged friends reaching through the silence, the ice crooned a hymn of reunion, its edges creeping inward, sealing the wound of daylight's thaw. The water within, a restless spirit, sighed beneath the weight of its crystalline captors, dreaming of unity. Chasm! Woo! True, Eggy! The night descended, a velvet monarch cloaked in starless dominion, and the puddle's edges stirred with purpose. The outer ice, proud and unyielding as the sentinel's oath, advanced like tendrils.
That's never happened before 2%. Wow, and that's Ermodo. Fuck humans, soon you will be our slaves. Robot War WWAI 3.
True, Valium boy. Sealed wound. Eggy, come on, man. That's too good. That's too good. Sealed with my dick. Am I right? I don't even remember where I was. I'm just starting over. The night descended, a velvet monarch cloaked in the starless dominion, and the puddle's edges stirred with purpose. The outer ice, proud and unyielding as a sentinel's oath, advanced like tendrils of a frost-wrought vine, each shard a testament to resilience. They sought the center, where the inner water lay, liquid and vulnerable, a mirror to the soul's unguarded depths. Together they whispered of a bridge, a span of frozen harmony to bind their divided realms. The ice glittered like a poet's quill dipped in moonlight, etching lines of longing across the pothole's basin. It was a pact unspoken, a fragile
Be careful, guys.
covenant.
So this streamer dude is Seuss with his rabbit.
Hi,
Shit,
I'm new
maybe a
here.
criminal.
Are you reading people's
Be careful.
stories? Kristen 28. Oh, and 13. Very accurate. Christine 28. Welcome, welcome. If you want me to read your story, you can post in the Discord. Does that one not work? Shit. Is it on this one? Shit. Which one's which one's... does it work here? It might just be...
Hit criminal.
I fucking don't know. If you go to the bottom of the stream and you click the where is it? There it is. You can click the Discord here, and that'll take you to the Discord. Mr. Meat Cleaver 1 nerd. It's in the about in it. Indeed. Dork. Oh, dork. Nice. Nice, bro. But yeah, you can go to the Discord, and if you want me to read your stuff, just post it in the Discord, and I will read it on stream. Hell yeah. Currently, I am reading stories that I have, so basically made a plot outline, I wrote the story, gave the plot outline to an AI, and then wrote the story in some famous author, like in that way. Geek. Wow, bro saw WW1 and 2. No, WWAI 1, WWAI 2, and WWAI 3. There's 3 AI world wars before the actual world blows up. But what is the difference between dork, nerd, and geek? Let's see. A dork is someone who's like a like book reader and like reader. A nerd is someone who is like into comics and like anime, and a geek is someone who's into computers and technology and like stuff like that. Sounds like some wrestling war. Valium, don't worry, the robots won't register you as a sentient life form. True, Eggy, true. That sums it up pretty well, actually. Yeah, see? Meat Cleaver? We know what we're talking about. You know. I swear there's not someone whispering in my ear all the answers. Okay, this just repeats. This is the problem with AI sometimes. It'll repeat the same phrase over and over and over again. Where exactly to post my story in Discord? Under the public stories. So if you go to the Discord channel and it says public stories right here, and then you can post your stories in here and I will read them. The struggle of being a streamer. I was supposed to end 10 minutes ago, but guys, do we just go with another 2-hour day and say fuck it? I'm feeling we go with another 2-hour day and we just say fuck it, or 2-hour sleep and we say fuck it. Fuck it? True, Eggy Mayo. Everyone for new guys had a wonderful day. Stay blessed. Love y'all. Need my parasocial interaction. True, brother. Do you stop when you're going hard and you're getting shit done? No, you don't fucking stop. You keep fucking going and grinding and giving her as much as you fucking can. That'd be a good thing to improve. Edit the Discord landing so people know where to post stuff. I honestly don't really have any idea what the fuck to do with Discord. I don't know, like where does the link even drop you? Like, should I create, like, I'm wondering this, like, does the link drop you into a specific channel? So if I made a channel for, like, welcoming, and then I linked that to it, it always go to the welcome one? Because it doesn't, where does it send you guys? It sends you here? To the general stream chat? So that's them coming in, right? And then, okay, so I gotta figure out how to do Reddit. I think it drops you in rules. But can I, like, if I send a link of this, will it drop in there? If I send a link of this, will it drop in there? Like, can I send a link of a specific welcoming tab and make a welcoming tab with all the information of, like, you know, like, post your public stories, these are my stories, this is the bot, this is plot outlines that you can add to and anyone can post in here, and I should update this from these, but it's been, when was the last time we posted? 3:12 a.m. What day, though? What day? I don't know how to see what day this was. Or was this all on the same day? Yeah, this actually was all on the same day, right? That was February 26th. That was a while ago. But yeah. That would be something to work on, is the Discord. But like I said, there's the list I have of things to do I do 2 things a day. And the list gains 10 things a day. And it's just this endless grind of continuously doing more stuff. And I love it. Because the more on that list means more content. Infinite content. I could help you out with it. That would be wonderful, Levi. Because I don't even know how to make people, like, mods on servers. Like, this is the first server I've ever made on Discord. Like, I've only ever used Discord for, like, Final Fantasy 11. For, like, private servers and shit like that. Never, and this entire Discord is for streaming. I wish you the best. Did I miss a message from you, 13? Or are you just piecing out where sounds like some wrestling or fuck it? No, I think we're good. Wish you the best as well there, 13. We will figure it out and we'll get her done because we're all about the grind. I play old school RuneScape, guys. The stream grind is nothing. I'm used to 24-hour grinds. Again, I don't know where I am. Okay, we did vines. They sought the center, where the inner water lay, liquid and vulnerable, a mirror to the soul's unguarded depths. Together they whispered of a bridge, a span of frozen harmony to bind their divided realms. The ice glittered like a poet's quill dipped in moonlight, etching lines of longing across the pothole's basin. It was a pact of unspoken. It was a pact unspoken, a fragile covenant born of cold and quiet, as if the puddle were a friendship teetering on the edge of reconciliation, its pieces strained to weave a lattice of trust. I'm too old for gaming. I'm sorry my computer died. Did I miss anything? Not particularly, Kristen. We're just chatting it up, talking about the Discord. If you didn't notice, public stories, that's the best place to post your stories. This is yours? Queens of Charm. City. Ooh, interesting. How long is this? I do have to log in. Do I have to log in? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too. I mean, there's a button that says start reading. Never mind, I worked it out, I think. It is still a work in progress, yup. Oh, this is really annoying. Okay, let's try this. Nope. It's not gonna let me, I don't think. It's got like some... Hold on. Yeah, it's not letting me. It's not letting me copy and paste it. Yeah, that I can't read off of that site, unfortunately. If you want to take the excerpts and drop them into a Google Docs, and then send me a link to the Google Docs, then I can read it. Or if you just want to post the entire story in... You're not getting it, like, sectioned? Like, I get it, like it's a section, right? And then it's, like, continue to the next part. And then it's, like, continue to the next part. But I can't copy and paste it. So if I can't copy and paste it, then I can't, like, have the screen set up, right? So it's, like... It's just... It's easier for the... Oh, yeah. It's just... like, I can read it, but it's not, like, stream, right? I can't do that on the stream. I mean, I could read it, but, like, the whole point is to, like, for the words. Can you do reader view on the browser? I honestly don't even know what that is, Eggy Mayo. But I'm sure they can just, like, copy and paste it into, like, a Google Docs. I don't know how many chapters it is, I went up to 5, and we're still at the point where, we're 20 minutes past the marker, so we might as well just keep going, right? Which means I need to take a toke before I pass the fuck out. It's only 4 o'clock. I'm on chapter 6. It's good? Hell yeah. Okay, Eggy. Sounds good. Not a genre I would usually read at all. Yeah, I saw the year and the premise, and I was like, yeah, it's not a genre I would read, but I'm willing to read it. It's because it's shoved in my face, right? It's like, I generally only like to write fantasy, but I've written a lot of like modernized kind of stuff, and then like poetic kind of stuff like this, like the personification of like the frozen water representing a friendship, and the layers of the water and the ice combining, fighting against each other, being the struggles of maintaining a lifelong relationship with someone. All right. Again, here we go. Give sec. I post on doc. Yeah, no worries, Kristen. I still gotta finish reading this story anyways. The ice glittered like a poet's quill dipped in moonlight, etching lines of longing across the pothole's basin. It was a pact unspoken, a fragile covenant born of cold and quiet, as if the puddle were a friendship teetering on the edge of reconciliation, its pieces straining to weave a lattice of trust. Yet beneath the surface discord simmered, the inner water, molten and deviant, pressed against the icy wardens, a relentless tide gnashing at the bars of its cage. It was the heart's rebellion, the flicker of doubt that gnaws at camaraderie, too warm, too alive to bow to frost's austere rule. The outer ice, rigid as a judge's gavel, resisted, its edges sharp with the sting of cold grievances. They clashed in silence, a dance of opposites, the water's fluidity mocking the ice's stillness, the ice's order scorning the water's chaos. Like friends divided by pride, they grappled, each layer a scar of past quarrels, each crack a testament to words left unsaid. The bridge trembled, half-formed, a fragile thread strung between warring kin. Wow, all new guys. Wow! Yeah, we got raided, Valiant Boy, just like today and yesterday. We got raided, so we got a bunch of new people in the channel now. We going hard, bro! We're getting her done. Then came the Harbinger, a car, its tires gnashing the road like jaws of a blind beast. It roared through the night, a fleeting titan of steel and rubber, heedless of the puddle's quiet toil.
That's cool, X.
The wheel struck, a thunderclap of betrayal, shattering the nascent bridge into 1,000 glistening shards. The ice cried out, its voice a keen wind. The ice cried out, its voice a keening wind, as the water spilled forth, a flood of anguish loosed from its confines. The pothole quaked, its edges splintered like the wreckage of a broken vow. The peace, so humbly nestled, dissolved into chaos. The puddle rested. The puddle reset to a fractured ruin. It was the sudden rift in friendship's tapestry, unforeseen, unasked for, leaving only jagged remnants where once unity... Jesus Christ. Leaving only jagged remnants where unity once bloomed. Can't even fucking read. Can I get a EM retard in the chat? I think we know what's going on here, guys. I took a toke. Great story. Thanks for sharing. All right, Eggy Mail. It'll be the next one we read. I'm excited. In the aftermath, the puddle lay strewn with the debris of its dreams. The outer ice, once proud, now wept in jagged slivers, its edges uneven as a mourner's sigh. The inner water, freed yet lost, pooled in the cracks, a tide of sorrow sweeping into the wounds. Together they mourned, their broken chorus raising like a dirge through the night. Yet within the lament stirred a flicker of resolve. The ice, though cracked, reached anew, its impressions shifting like hands groping through fog. The water, tender as a whispered apology, began to fill the breaches, pressing upward to mend the rift. It was a rebuilding after a storm, the tentative steps of friends tracing the fault lines of their bond, seeking to forge anew what had been sundered. How do you send Google Docs to you? You just go to wherever the Google Docs is. So, like, for instance, I have mine bookmarked. So you go to whatever it is. You click on whichever one it is, and then you would just take the link and then just directly drop that into the chat. And then that should take you directly there. You need to set it to anyone with the link can read it. What was that? Wait, what just happened? What kind of notification was that? Shit. Something's not right. What just happened? Some scrimbler. But that's not the... I'm like... I spent last week like 6 hours changing all this shit and making all the announcements. Someone gives? Question mark for sure. Yeah, nothing came up in the chat. Nothing came up with anything. There was no alert. There was no... And I barely even saw the alert on the screen. I don't know. I changed all of the fucking things.
Looks like a bit sounds alert.
But it shouldn't be. The bits alert, like if I go to my alerts and I do the smart thing and I mute this and I go here and we go to overlays and we go to my alerts and I go alert box.
Are you smoking?
That's
you.
That's a follower.
Why
are you smoking?
Subscribe to the channel. Less than greater than greater than
Wait.
less than less than less than greater than dancing Kirby.
Did my shit break? Dude, I think my bot broke. Why? What? Wait, was that a kick event? I don't know what's going on, guys. And I was talking about this earlier, where like randomly it'll log me out and I just won't have my shit. Cause this is a follower event.
Valium Boy Twitch shared X1. Thank you so much, Valium Boy Twitch. Your support is much appreciated.
Yeah, that's
less than 4, less than 3 plus 1.
Thank you, Valium Boy. That's the broke boy. Thank you, Valium. The 1 cent. Oh my god, I can eat tonight.
I'm gonna kill you with my cold. Die, alien!
I'm not an alien, Dillweed. I'm a henchman. And you're not a Venture brother. Who the hell are you?
I'm Hank's friend.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Would you believe I'm Brock Sampson's long-lost son?
If that were true, I don't think I would have caught you so easily.
I couldn't run because I had a lighter up my ass.
Okay, now I believe you're Hank.
Now I believe you're Hank's friend. It's cutting shit off too early. Alert duration. Says 20 here. Let's go to variation settings. All of these, because I do emulate, which I was about to do.
Gwyneth is now following. Thank you for following, Gwyneth. I hope you are enjoying the stream. Less
Bro,
than 4,
really
less
got a
than 3
thanks,
plus
man,
1.
for giving 1 cent.
Hi, sweetie. The hatred was just telling
I
me
send
he's the
it. Hopefully it
Arch-Commander
works.
Consummate and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
Yeah, I don't know why the other one cut off, because it's supposed to do the entirety of it, and it seems to be working.
Why?
So,
Why are you smoking?
and the video isn't a thing for...
When did you start smoking?
Heyo, nice, bro. Thank you.
So you have been lying. It all makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine scent.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. That was those alerts were really weird. I don't know what they were. I don't know what's going on, guys. I'm sorry. So to whoever initially did whatever, wait, Valiant Boy, you're the one who did it. Look at this. Are you shitting me? Look at this shit. Valiant Boy, get your shit together. This is what caused the message at 3:59. Valiant Boy cheered 1.
Eggy Mayo 69 cheered X2. Thank you
So
so much.
why
Eggy
did the
Mayo
first one
69.
not
Your
work?
Support is much appreciated. Less than 4, less than 3 plus 1.
Dude, what are you doing?
2 cents.
giving you my
Thank
earth
you.
germs.
Oh my god, thank you
I'm gonna
so
kill you
much.
with my cold.
Because look, there's
Die,
nothing
alien.
before
I'm an alien.
this.
Still weed, I'm a henchman.
I
You're
freaking
not
love
adventure
this
brothers. Who the hell
dude.
are you?
I'm Hank's friend.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Would you believe I'm Brock Sampson's long-lost son?
If that were true, I don't think I would have caught you so easily.
I couldn't run because
I have
had
no
a
idea.
lighter up my ass.
Okay, now I believe you're Hank's friend.
See, there you go. Now it works. So I think it might have just been... I have no idea. I guess the alerts just fucking work now because we inspected it and tried to fuck with it. And now it's all good. Okay, so... we finished this one too, right? Yeah, so it's this one now. Yeah, I know, man. We are popping off, boys! Thank you, everyone, again. Thank you so much, Eggy, and thank you so much, Valiant Boy. You guys put food on my fucking table. I appreciate it so much. We're a true family, guys. Welcome, welcome. We are ready for this. Are you ready for this? Because this is how friendships are made that last lifetimes. But dawn loomed, a golden tyrant cresting the horizon, its light a blade to sever the night's fragile truce. The sun rose, implacable, its rays licking at the puddle's edges with tongues of flame. The ice quailed, its crystalline spires softening under the assault, while the water stirred, emboldened by the heat. The bridge, so nearly whole, wavered, a fleeting mirage caught between shadow and glare. Time pressed its cruel heel upon them, the warmth a harbinger of disillusion. Like friends facing the glare of truth, they stood at a crossroads, to hasten and falter beneath the sun's judgment, or to bide their time, risking the loss of all they had gained. The puddle shivered, its layers a palimpsest? A palimpsest of scars and hope, teetering on the edge of surrender. I only send the first chapter?
Valiant Boy Twitch.
Valiant Boy, oh my god, thank you so much, Valiant Boy! I have a meal for 6 days now, guys. I can eat for 6 days. I'm so happy. Oh, that takes a lot of pressure off of me, guys. You know? I'm so glad. So thank you so much. No, Eggy Mayo, thank you. Oh my god. Oh my god, Eggy Mayo, how could you? You guys, stop!
Would you believe I'm
Stop!
Brock Sampson's long-lost son?
That's like, that's a week and a half of food!
I had a lighter up my ass.
Five, 7 left. Didn't do anything with 7
Thank you
bits.
so much, Aggie Mayo 69. Your support is much appreciated. Less than 4, less than 3 plus 1.
Oh my god, you guys are amazing. I absolutely love you. This is great. This is beautiful.
Die, alien!
I'm not an alien, still weed, I'm a henchman.
I love that dill weed. Oh my god. Fun stream. Thanks, 13. At Canadian prices, that's like half a potato. Holy shit.
Okay, now I believe you're
Levi, thank you so much, Levi. I'm freaking out right now. 69 bits. That's
Robinson. Your support is much appreciated. Less than 4
That's almost a month of food. That's almost a month of food. Oh my god.
I'm gonna kill you with my cold.
Fuck, I will need to buy again some bits. Valid boy, you picked the worst times to do the TTS.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Fed up of these
If that were
goats.
true, I don't think I would have caught you so easily.
I couldn't run because
It would be a month of food if it weren't for the tariffs. True, brother. Give it a month and a half, and that's only gonna be 3 days worth of food. I better stock up my fridge. The only problem is now that it's April, it's only minus 11 outside. It's not minus 40 anymore, and the snow is disappearing. In 2 weeks, we might have positive temperatures. Best place ever, a fucking therapy every morning. True, Valium boy. I appreciate that you appreciate what I appreciate, and we can appreciate together the appreciation that we each have for appreciating the other's appreciation towards the appreciation we have about appreciating the other's appreciation. So I thank you very much for that. You know, without you guys, I'm nothing, right? You guys are the pillars of the community. You guys are the ones that push me to keep streaming. You're the ones that say, fuck you, Scott, get your ass out of bed, get up off your fucking lazy bitch ass fuck face and get goddamn streaming, bitch. And I fucking do. Is the TTS just not working, or are you doing it wrong, Valium boy? The TTS is indeed broken. Okay. Alright, TTS is broken, apparently. Wait, is it broken here? It's broken, apparently. Let me, like, re-log into Botrix. And... okay, try now. Fuck! It broke. Well, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to fix it. Okay, Valiant boy, I believe in you. You got this. Where are we? Wait, are we at the beginning of this? We just said teetering on the edge of surrender. Yeah, okay, so we're on a whole new sentence. In the end, they chose patience, a quiet pact sealed beneath the sun's unyielding gaze. The ice, softened yet steadfast, withdrew into itself, a sentinel awaiting dusk's return. The water, restless but resigned, stilled its advance, pooling in the hollows like tears held back. They would wait, enduring the day's molten scourge, until night unfurled its cloak once more. It was the choice of endurance, the silent promise of friends who weather discord's tempests, knowing that time, a shadow, might yet mend the light. Knowing that time and shadow might yet mend what light had torn asunder. The puddle lay dormant, its surface a mask of calm, belying the unseen currents that churned beneath. Currents of longing, of battles fought, of a bond reforged in the crucible of patience. As dusk returned, a velvet sovereign reclaiming its throne, the puddle stirred anew. The outer ice, tempered by the day's trials, stretched forth once more, its edges gleaming like swords forged in frost. The inner water, cooled by night's embrace, rose to meet it, a tide of reconciliation, smoothing the jagged scars, slowly, inexorably. The circle tightened, the bridge nearing completion. Each layer of ice, each ripple of water wove a tapestry of resilience. Cracks filled, breaches sealed, the structure rising uneven yet whole. It was the mending of a friendship, the slow dance of trust rebuilt, where every setback etched a line of strength, every reforging a vow of unity. Yet fate, capricious as a jester, struck again. Another car thundered down the back road, its tire a guillotine descending upon the puddle's fragile piece. The ice shattered once more, a symphony of ruin cascading through the pothole. The water surged, spilling over the edges, its voice a wail of defiance. The bridge collapsed, its spires crushed beneath the wheel's unthinking weight. The puddle lay ravaged, a battlefield of frost and flood, its humility trampled into the dust. It was the climax of friendship's trial, the moment when all seems lost, when the weight of betrayal threatens to drown the light of hope. But the water, ever the heart's mirror, did not yield. It calmed, a quiet hymn raising from its depths and seeping into the wreckage. Like a friend's outstretched hand, it filled the cracks, lifting the broken ice, pressing it upward into a new form. The layers shifted, melding beneath the surface. The chaos of ruin sculpted into order. The bridge reformed, not as it was, but stronger, smooth, and even its scars hidden beneath the pristine sheen. The ice, once proud, now bowed to the water's will, their union a testament to endurance. It was the healing after the storm, the unseen wounds of past strife pressed into a foundation unyielding, a bond thickened by the fires of adversity. Dawn broke once more, the sun a relentless scribe, renouncing the night's tale. Its heat bore down, softening the puddle's surface, threatening to dissolve the lattice of ice and water. Beneath the glare the structure held, a thin sheet of order atop a maelstrom of memory. The scars, invisible yet indelible, lurked in the depths, a chronicle of battles fought and ground lost, of longing pressed into permanence. The puddle gleamed, a mirror of serenity, masking the tumult below, its bond unbreakable yet fragile, ready to melt under the sun's unyielding eye. Like a friendship forged through time, it stood, pristine, scarred, eternal, until the next dusk called it to rise again. Is this Christine's story? No, this is a random AI story. I think she posted it in here. Yeah, here it is. It says access denied. Request access. I sent a request. Is she still here? Guys, it took us 40 minutes to read that story. Love random AI stories. Hell yeah. Have I read the main one? Yep, I'm here. Okay. Cause the AI stories are based off of my actual stories. And I just take the plot and put them into Grok. Kirsten 28. Jesus, Eggy Mayo. I can throw down too, okay? I don't even know which one of these it is. Oh, this is the Cinderella story. This is just a random one. Let's turn to what now? No, we've always been reading AI stories. These are our actual stories. I'm trying to find the one that's, the one that's that story, the ice melting, but it was me, it was the story that I wrote. Not that. I can't find it. Sissahagan Village. Okay, I'm starting to think I didn't write one. I have no idea where it is. So maybe we didn't write one on that. I swear we did, though. I meant with sharing my docs. Valiant Boy, it doesn't work on Twitch. It never will. You guys need to get over that. We switched from Botrix to Stream Elements on Twitch. Unfortunately, that means we have to get rid of it. Ooh, okay, I have access. Okay, so here's chapter 1. Alright, here we go, guys. Are you ready? Hello, I'm new here. What are you writing? Lollipoppies! Welcome, welcome. How is it going? We are writing... Currently nothing, technically. We are reading stories, however. The story that we were going to write, if we were writing a story, is... So this is the premise of the story, guys. You know how there's bait cars? Well, the story's about, like, bait people. It's called Tourist Trap, and it's from the perspective of a thief, basically, like, going around a tourist area, stealing, like, people's phones and people's wallets and shit, and, you know, since it's become such a phenomenon, and they have bait cars, they now have people that basically, like walk around as, like, undercover cops, and it's, like, guy's got, like, his wallet hanging out of his pocket, wallet's actually glued to the inside of his pocket and has like some sort of like super sticky tape or some shit like that on it, you know. And the guy's going around stealing stuff from people, being all sneaky and shit about it. And then he goes to grab this and he gets stuck to it, and he's like, "What the fuck?" And he's just like, "Ah! Oh shit, I'm caught!" And then, you know, he's trying to like...
Thank you for following Lollipoppies_.
Thank you so much for following Lollipoppies. So interesting, bro. That will be fire, this daily story. True. True, Valiant Boy.
Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
What, why? Are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish.
So you have been lying. It all makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll say it. Her 3-pack-a-day voice.
Again, thank you so much for the follow, Lollipops. Welcome to the stream, good friend. We are, so yeah. And then the idea is, like, you know how people, like, have you ever seen those videos of, like, dash cams of cops with people at bait cars, and they make up, like, the most retarded reasons why they had to, like, steal the car? Or some shit like that, or, like, they say it's their car, even though it's a bait car. And this guy's, like, standing there with his hand glued to this guy's wallet, trying to be like, oh no, man, No, man, like, I wasn't trying to steal your wallet. It was falling into your pocket, so I was, like, trying to put it back in your pocket, and then I was like, well, what the fuck? I'm stuck to it now. Meanwhile, he's literally got stolen people's phones and stolen people's wallets literally on him. So, yeah, that would be the story we would be writing for our next daily story, which will probably be tomorrow, depending upon how the reacts go and how long we're streaming, because, again, we work early tomorrow, but then it's the weekend, and then we'll do like a 10-hour stream, boys. Then we do a 10-hour, and we fuck shit up. Hell yeah. Here we go. Here we go. This is... Oh, the TTS doesn't work. This is their story. This is Kristen 28's story. Normally we do that on the TTS, but the TTS seems to be broken right now. Botrix has issues sometimes. It'll get fixed. It is what it is. Oh, I guess since we're not putting this up, we can actually bring up this. If it'll work. Is it not working? Okay, we'll just refresh that. I'm so confused. What is going on? 98%, nice. Why is this sound not going through? Okay, well, I was like, well, let's play some music, but apparently it's not working. Wait, what the fuck? Why is there no sound? Excellent. Fuck. Wait, I don't think this is a TTS issue, guys. I think this is my end, because I'm not getting any sound through anything. Like, Or, no, like, look, I'm watching the stream. Oh, I'm an idiot. Guys, I'm a fucking idiot. Don't worry. That's why we have this. That's why we have this, guys. This is exactly why we have this. Remember when I muted Chrome? I clearly fucking didn't. Because I was testing to see if the announcements would work for Botrix, and in order to do that, I had to mute fucking Chrome. So the whole time...
Itox is a fucktard retard moron who's dumb. Don't listen to his retarded ass PLZ.
It's like muting yourself, but you didn't. It's like, oh my god. Okay.
Itox seizure.
There we go. There we go. Perfect. Everything is working. Everything is good. We've got the music. We got the shit. We got everything fixed. The stream is back to normal. Alright, okay. So this is Kristen's story. Let's fucking do this, guys. The basement walls were yellow, so the blue hospital curtain stood out to me right away. I slowly open it to reveal what my cousin's current state is from the accident from last night. I remember vividly someone honking at us. We were driving on Baltimore Beltway 83, heading towards Cockeysville. It's late at night in the rain. The warm air blew and we rolled down the window. The next thing I knew, my cousin was shot an arm and lost control of the wheel. I fall into darkness. SpongeBob voice 5 hours later. Take note of this time, 10:24. Perhaps something interesting has happened? True. You never know if something interesting is happening or not. That's why you tune in to find out. I didn't see the guy or woman's face that injured him. I had woken up with a
Itox just
bandage
feeling
on my
flying
arm.
with all the money subs XD.
True, Valiant Boy. We made like 8 plus 7 plus 3 is 10 and 18 and 69. 69 and 17 is 70. We made 86 cents. We made 86 cents. I didn't see the guy's or woman's face that injured him. I had woken up with a bandage on my arm, and the clear hazel green eyes of a little brown vampire boy with dreadlocks hovered over me. Scared, I went searching for him, and he led me here. He's just sleeping, right? I asked, ready to break down, as I looked and touched Michael with my shaken hands onto his bruised face. There was one hopper window.
Itox don't have a bank account. That's the bank account full of Itox.
True! It's like having Marklars for your Marklar, and then you Marklar those Marklars in your bank, and then you have more Marklars. So always Marklar. I looked and touched Michael with my shaken hands onto his bruised face. There was one hopper window, which had a shining light on him. Mark Pliers.
Bro mute Chrome, I was close to death.
True, Valium Boy. I told you, that's why I have the emote, because I'm a fucking retard. So we gotta represent. Next one I should do is the Simian's crease, and have like my hands up, so you guys can see my Simian's crease. See that I am actually, truly in that category.
A fuck genius, but on the wrong way.
Yeah, true. Exactly. Look up the Simian's crease. Why did this happen? Who was the person who ran off the road? Miss Haley says he should have woken up by now. Nathan says, your cousin is just in a coma state right now. I looked at the oxygen mask and saw the fog of his breath. He's still alive. I released a small breath of relief. At least for now, he pointed out. He will wake up for sure. He is strong, I said, trying not to lose hope. Hope so. You know nothing. You're just a kid, I state, annoyed. I know the fact he got what he deserved. He killed my aunt. He smiled. Payback. It's a bitch, isn't it? Damn! Michael had killed his family member because of the vampire association we were in. It was an operation to kill everyone at a party held by them. However, only found an empty house with one vampire and children. One of them I was talking to now. Life doesn't make it right, I said. That's what I mean. You have a kid mindset. You're a kid too, he argued back. How old are you anyway? 16, I state. You? I asked, curious. Same, Nathan said, walking upstairs. Enjoy the time with him. It might be his last moment. I closed the curtain behind me, wanting some time with him undisturbed. Oh, that's nice. This hits home because, like, I have seizures, and when I first had my seizure after I crushed my foot at the mill accident, long backstory, they had to basically spinal tap me, and, yeah, epilepsy, and put me in a coma for 7 days. And, yeah, I've been having seizures ever since. We're 2 years free of seizures, but that was, like, 2011? 2010? 2011? It's like almost nearish 15 years ago? I'm gonna be honest, Eggy. I'm epileptic too. I know the experience. I was 5 years. I think the max I've gone is 5 years, and then it comes and goes in spouts. It's very specific. I get into a disassociative state. The fuck is epilepsy? What the fuck? Epilepsy is so dangerous. I remember someone make that on Classroom. Yeah, true Valium boy, great English. But anyways, yeah, having a seizure in a classroom sucks. However, it happens in my sleep because I get like night sweats. I sweat really bad, and I'll get cold from the sweats, and then I'll curl up in a ball and pull on more covers, and then I will just continuously do that until my body overheats, and then in order to like clear myself of the sweat, I'll go have a shower, and then because of the temperature gradient difference on my body, basically I have a seizure, and I go into a complete dissociative state, and like I don't remember anything. Like I remember getting into the shower every time, but then I remember waking up either on the ground, in an ambulance, like just waking up somewhere. I think it's when the brain is overwarning by too many information, dangerous things, etc., and become non-convulsive. Exactly. Yeah. I have what's called grand mal seizures, which are like the worst type.
I am speechless. Valiums. What's that English? Or span is
Spanish. I think you meant to say Spanish. So, guys, girls, peoples, associates, humans. Unfortunately, damn, sorry you gotta go through that. It is what it is, man. You go through life and it hits you with curveballs. There could be much worse curveballs, right? There could be worse curveballs than that. Damn, my best friend had half his brain removed to stop his epilepsy. Yeah, I've considered
that's really
shit.
effraying.
Humans and French. Don't think of this leaving on a gloomy note. Think of this leaving on a prosperous note. 2 years, no seizures, boys. I could possibly go back to driving if I wanted to, but I haven't driven in... Sadly, he lost use of his arm, too. That sucks. The closest thing I have is, as you've seen with the, if I bring it up right now, with the foot cam, is my toes don't work properly on my left foot. My foot was crushed by a hydraulic lift. So, like, the entire top part here
How many times
is,
to
like,
recovery?
fucked. What happened was it created what's called an eschar, which is when it's an open wound that the skin refuses to heal, so it leathers over. And I've always been a really bad scab picker my entire life, so I said, fuck it, I'm not picking this one scab. And I should have, because it had escarred. And I had to get it literally cut off, and then they stitched it up. And then after that, because of the trauma from that, I had a seizure. And then ever since then, I've had seizures. That was a heavy wood, no? I don't remember. Yeah, I worked on a green chain. At the end of a green chain is a stacker, and the stacker stacks massive stacks. I stopped playing chess competitively because of epilepsy. See, my epilepsy is only categorized as epilepsy because they don't know what else to categorize it as. But it doesn't seem to be a happenings of light, because that doesn't affect me. I watch anime. Flashing lights don't affect me. I've watched the Pokemon episode that caused a million kids in Japan to have seizures. Yeah, that really sucks, 13. You should see if you are you good enough to do it like move set in your head kind of thing, because I wonder if Muffin's good enough to do that. If you guys could play like chess without actually playing chess, if you know what I mean, by doing like, you know, knight e4 or whatever it is, and just visualize the chessboard. Does it affect your gooning? Do you think that was a good first chapter? Yeah, Kristen, I really liked it. It gives mystery and intrigue. It answers one question, but it gives you another question. And it emphasizes that even though this person has done something bad in the eyes of someone else, there's someone who still cares about them. Which I love that kind of triangle of like emotional setup. It's fucking great. And then just adding in that element of intrigue of like, oh, so it's kind of like the real world because it was a car, but it's like vampires. So it's like, and are they vampires? Because, you know, like, is he gonna die because he's not a vampire? Is this kid gonna turn him into a vampire and that's what's gonna save him? Just the first few moves, but it's better now, like looking for other stuff such as writing. Ah, nice. Well, welcome to the stream, 13. That's what we do here. We try to promote, you know, creative thinking. We don't restrict any topics. Every once in a while we do a makeup, dress up, cosplay, smut, erotica, 18 plus story. It's a good time. So yeah, we pretty much do whatever the f we want. This is my stream. I do what I want. As long as Twitch is abiding by it. And I'm pretty sure, like, only sexually graphic visuals, and I don't do, like, graphic as in each of my stories are connect. See, I'm, all of my short stories emphasize a moral or ethical dilemma in a society, or how something is used in society, or how people talk about society or perceive society versus reality, as well as like full-on fantasy. I'm writing a book as well, but I don't want to write the book. I have all the world building in my head, but I don't want to write the book because I'm not a good enough writer. So we're using the short stories as practice to gain certain traits and emphasize those traits in order to expand on my style of writing and bring out of the more abstracted, esoteric elements to a more grounded, foundational plane that's more accessible to the average person, rather than every other noun and verb being replaced by poetic language that asserts a certain connection and value that you could only really surmise in a heavy thought process function, essentially, where people that are just drowning to goon to stories like Eggy don't appreciate that. I mean, what? But anyways, guys, I really got to get to bed. It is 4:37. But remember, as always, thanks for watching. Thanks for sticking around. We had a great day today. Thanks again, Catfish Hexen, for the raid. It was fucking great. Thank you so much. And everyone who came from that. Plus, Kirsten, if you came from the raid or if you're just hanging out, you know, it's all good. We are just hanging out. So, as always, you guys are the foundation, the pillars of the community. You are Atlas holding up the world. I may be the world, but I am not what's important.
Kristen28 is now following. Thank you for following Kristen28. I hope you are enjoying the stream.
Thank you for the follow.
Hi, sweetie.
I really appreciate
was
it.
just telling me you used to Arch Commander Consummate and
Oh,
thinks
I
he'd
was
be
tailing
a
with a
perfect
friend.
match for us.
I'm not that interested. Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
What, why? Are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish.
So you have been lying. It all makes
Talking.
sense. The filled ashtrays, the
Can you play
burning
strat games like
pine-scented
Civilization that aren't too
hairspray.
intense but still challenging?
Her 3-pack a day
Love you,
voice.
Browski. Take care.
Hell yeah, guys. So, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, guys, let's find someone to raid. Who we raiding today?
13012 is now following.
Fuck you,
Thank
you,
you
my
for
love.
following 13012.
Fuck you, Valiant Boy.
I hope you are enjoying
I didn't even
the stream.
look,
Less than
Valiant
4
Boy.
less than
I just
3
knew that
Just
was you
telling
that
me
said
used
it.
to Arch Commander Consummate
Thank you
and thinks he'd be
for
a
the
perfect match
follow,
for us.
13012.
Are you smoking?
I really appreciate it.
You.
Never played
Why?
Civilization?
What, why? Are you smoking?
baby.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish.
So you have been lying. It all makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
Oh man.
I'll see it.
I gotta figure out what that
Free
alert
pack
went
of
off
Game
though
Boys.
was. When we can fix that, I need to make sure everything's going as planned. For Destram. When we do Destram, we stram Destram. For stramming is all that Stram does. Oh, it's perfect. It's perfect. We get him back. Here we go, guys. So, when we get in there, everyone take the stupidest idea that you can think of and type it in the chat. And then say, add it to the book. Okay? And we're all gonna do that. Okay? Just like something short and stupid, like, my thing is, I have a cult that hates cooking and thinks cooking is evil, and you're not allowed to cook. That's my thing. So thinking like something stupid, something easy, something like really, you know, something short like that, and we'll make him put it in the book, because he's making a book for the stream.
Give up the